Chapter 2699 The Almighty Divine Sword. The great Sky Lords Black and White Almighty from Heaven Court in the Heaven Realm were the guardians of the Heavenly Emperor. Rumor had it that they had been to the fabled, boundless sea before, which was said to be at the very ends of the heavens. After the fall of the Heavenly Emperor, they remained as aides to the princess. Over the years, their names had been heard of less and less with the gradual disappearance of the Heaven Realm. It became nearly impossible for those outside the Heaven Realm to meet them, but it no less diminished how unimaginably powerful they were. It was even possible that the current cultivators did not know a single thing about them. Both the great Sky Lords, Black and White Almighty, are here. It will not be easy for Divine Prefecture's Donghuang Imperial Palace to seize the old Heaven Court relics, Supreme Sword Lord uttered in a low voice from within the crowd of onlookers. Yi Futian looked ahead of him and was moved as well. At this moment, those who were considered strong warriors from the 7 realms were all here. Before this, he had seen the 4 heavenly kings from Heaven Court, and now he could add the 9 great lords and great Sky Lords Black and White Almighty to the list. All the strongest from the Heaven Realm should have made their appearance already, while for the Divine Prefecture, there were still some that had not. They were all beside Xia Qingyuan, and there was quite a number they had not met before. It was anyone's guess how this battle over the old Heaven Court relics would turn out. Fang Ru looked toward Black Almighty and greeted. "I have heard of you, sir, for a long time. I'm glad to finally have the chance to meet you in person." Fang Ru himself had been in cultivation for numerous years, but compared to the great Sky Lords Black and White Almighty, he was still considered amateurish. Both of them had been famous much earlier on. "Let's start," Black Almighty stated coldly without a shred of emotion. Fang Ru nodded, and a dazzling divine light surrounded him all at once. With his body as the focal point, the great divine light turned into a dazzling image of picturesque mountains and rivers. It was dazzling and like a small world on its own. This strange phenomenon also produced an astounding aura that attracted the will of the great way to flow into the small world from all quarters of heaven and earth. Bolts of divine light flashed and shot through the clouds, blanketing the entire vast space. Black Almighty looked down upon the lower skies below him, and using his will, caused a frightening black storm of destruction to appear above the skies. In an instant, the heavens and earth turned dark, and the skies looked as if they had been torn into 2 from the center. The darkness spread out to all corners and fully enveloped Black Almighty in it as its extent grew larger. A potent strand of will of destruction permeated from within the darkness and left the cultivators below feeling extremely oppressed. Black Almighty flew up toward the sky dome. The torn sky seemed to stay permanently above his head. The area permeated by the will of destruction was increasing, and it felt as if it was going to swallow everything up. The reason for Black Almighty going up to the upper skies was probably also to prevent the battle from affecting the surroundings. Fang Ru too flew up toward the clouds, and they both transformed into 2 bolts of light. The onlookers raised their heads to look up at the upper skies above and saw 2 very different types of powers. The might of both powers greatly surpassed the understanding of many of the cultivators. Furthermore, they did not use imperial arms but fought using their innate abilities. Crash! The flashes of divine light within the picturesque small world shot toward the sky and transformed into numerous rays of light. The light rays tried to pierce through the darkened sky dome, but Black Almighty's gaze never wavered. With a lowering of his head and a look, numerous catastrophic lights of destruction started to rain upon the darkened world and collided with the divine lights shooting upward. Immediately, the 2 beams of light started clashing above the skies, both clear and distinct. Every collision of the lights produced horrific and destructive energy that spread out to the surrounding areas. Even though the distance was far, the cultivators in the lower skies could still feel that energy, and many of their hearts started to race. The picturesque world of mountains and rivers intensely absorbed the will of the great way from the heavens and earth. Feng Ru stretched out his hand and pointed his index finger. At once, an extremely dazzling divine light appeared within its tip. Qiankuan finger. The onlookers raised their heads to the upper skies and saw Feng Ru aiming Qiankuan finger at the sky. A beam of unbelievably bright, divine light burst forth from the picturesque world and penetrated the void, heading to the opposite side. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Novel Full. Thanks. Simultaneously, the darkened world of destruction above Black Almighty's head brought forth a black divine sword. At the back of the sword was a horrifying black whirlpool. The patch of sky there seemed to have been torn apart. Almighty divine sword, Supreme Sword Lord, thought to himself. He wondered how his supreme swordsmanship would fare in a match-up. Almighty divine sword was the zenith of the Great Way, and it was also known as Black Almighty Divine Sword. It contained immeasurable destructive powers, and his supreme swordsmanship was the same. There was probably no force within the Great Way that could compete with it, and it was as if it were an apocalyptic divine sword. Almighty divine sword and Qiankuan finger clashed head to head above the skies, and at that instant, the storm of destruction swept through and destroyed all the powers of the Great Way in the upper skies. That area seemed to be on the verge of vanishing, and the storm of destruction swept into the lower skies, prompting all the cultivators to release divine lights. The storm caused the weaker cultivators to be tossed out and even completely leveled the area below the sky stairwell. It was beyond terrifying. One could only imagine the magnitude of destruction they would have caused if they had been battling it out in the lower skies instead. Boom! Another suffocating storm was induced, and an even more horrifying aura burst out above the skies. Within that dark aura, countless almighty divine swords were brought forth, and all of them came executing down at the same time. A shocked Feng Ru stretched out both hands and frantically pointed Qiankuan finger toward the top of the void. In the lower skies, all the cultivators continued looking up at the battle in the skies above, even if they were within the storm of destruction. The picturesque world on Feng Ru seemed to have been closed up, but the almighty divine swords continued their assault and caused the small world to collapse. Feng Ru's body fell from the void. The black almighty divine sword still did not cease attacking, and at last, many cracks surfaced within the picturesque world, and it crumbled into pieces accompanied by a terrifying sound. Feng Ru let out a groan, and his body was tossed back to the lower skies. One of the strongest cultivators of the divine prefecture, Feng Ru, has been defeated. The multitude's heartbeat quickened. Feng Ru's body landed on the ground, and blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Above him, Black Almighty stopped his assault, but the dark storm of destruction remained in place with numerous swords suspended in the air. It was as if they were preparing to launch an attack any time an order came again. The cultivators could see that this was not a close fight, nor was it a debatable defeat. Feng Ru had been overpowered in this direct face-off. There was a wide gap between Black Almighty's powers and his. Yi Futian also became anxious after witnessing the battle. He had fought against Feng Ru before. He had to use the will of Ziwei during the battle against this person who was on the demigod list. The Feng Ru at that time could be said to be invisible, yet today here he was overpowered and easily defeated. The almighty divine swordsmanship lives up to its name. I, Feng Ru, humbly concede defeat. Feng Ru said to Supreme Lord Black Almighty, who was in the void. He was defeated, and one should admit it when one was beaten. Black Almighty made no reply, and his jet-black eyes scanned through the cultivators in the skies below. The old heaven court belonged only to the heaven realm, and no one else ought to lay a finger on it. The strong men from the heaven realm, standing on the sky stairwell, were very quiet and did not display any traces of joy at having won this round of battle. Their calmness was somewhat unnerving. The Heaven Realm had been keeping a low profile and quietly enduring things all these years, but the appearance of the divine relics meant that they had to come out to get what belonged to them. In this present day, the world once again witnessed the real power of the Heaven Realm. A long time ago, the Heavenly Emperor had ruled the Heaven Realm, and no one had dared to go against them. Now, the name of Heaven Realm was gradually forgotten by people. The battle had allowed the cultivators to witness the power of the Heaven Realm and regain their place in the world. From now on, no one dared to underestimate the Heaven Realm. Who could go up against the two guardian lords of the Heaven Realm, Great Sky Lords Black and White Almighty, and Donghuang Imperial Palace of Divine Prefecture? Many looked to the side of Donghuang Diyuan. Feng Ru was not the strongest in Donghuang Imperial Palace. However, before any strongmen could step out from Donghuang Diyuan's side, a cultivator had already stepped out from the crowd on the other side. The cultivators turned to look at the person who stepped out and were immediately astonished. He was Di Hao from the human realm, the eldest disciple of the human's ancestor. There was not one person who did not know Di Hao in the human realm. He was of extraordinary birth, having been born to an ancient divine clan. He was also the descendant of an exceedingly powerful great emperor and the first disciple of the human realm. As one of the first few names on the demigod list, people were looking forward to see how strong he was. Did Di Hao stepping out mean he wanted to go against Black Almighty? Great Sky Lord lives up to his name and is worthy of being the guardian lords of the Heaven Realm. I, Di Hao, would like to have a chance to experience the Great Sky Lord's strength personally. Di Hao looked toward Black Almighty in the void. Please grant me the chance. Chapter 2700. Remarkable Characters. The aura of destruction had yet to dissipate from around Black Almighty, and the black storm still enveloped the sky. The will of destruction circled, and the almighty divine swords danced around. Every shard of air felt like a black sword of destruction, and probably even those who had gone through the divine tribulation of the great path would turn into ashes if struck by the sword. For a demigod like Black Almighty, the way they wielded was an independent power within the Great Way and belonged to them only. Yet Di Hao seemed to not be in the least daunted. Divine light encircled his person, and he headed toward the clouds. He landed on the upper skies and stood facing Black Almighty. Feeling the terrifying aura, he used his will, and immediately an immensely dazzling scene appeared around him. It was a small world, and it was shining brightly. Numerous divine lights were striking the clouds above his head, and right there, multicolored rays of sunlight descended, giving rise to a vivid, strange vision. In that strange vision was a gigantic figure of a god. This god, however, had a human-like aura, as if he came from the human world. The divine human. The multitude felt their hearts racing upon seeing the scene. The strange vision was the divine human. The most remarkable ability to be mastered in the human realm was summoning the divine human. Di Hao's hands formed a seal, and divine lights from the Great Way surrounded him. His aura was not in any way inferior to the great Sky Lord Black Almighty, proving his prowess. After all, he was the first disciple of the human realm, along with the ancestor, who was a symbol of the human realm. One would imagine that he would be very powerful. Judging by this strange vision alone, his prowess should be greater than that of Feng Ru. The great Sky Lord Black Almighty looked at Di Hao and sensed a threat from him. It was possible that Di Hao might be as strong as him. The terrifying black storm desired to engulf the sky dome and headed for the region above Di Hao, only to see the divine light around him glowing at its brightest. The strange vision covered the entire region above him, and the two different colored beams of divine light intersected and clashed above the sky dome as if drawing a clear and distinct battle line down the middle. Great Sky Lord Black Almighty stretched a finger outward, and at once Black Almighty Divine sword moved into action and flooded the void, heading toward Di Hao. Di Hao's pupils sparkled, and he formed another divine seal with his hands. Immediately, a brilliant divine light burst out from within the divine human, and a gap opened from above the skies. From above the sky came falling countless divine swords, as if they were the sword of mankind created at the command of the divine human. The countless divine swords and black, almighty, divine sword collided, and two destructive storms converged within the void. In contrast to when Fongru was battling Black Almighty, this time around, Dihao's sword of mankind did not suffer even the slightest bit. Both parties seemed to be evenly matched in strength. From the lower sky region, the onlookers could only see two swords of different colors clashing furiously with each other, forming a river of swords of destruction. Great Sky Lord Black Almighty waved his hands, and countless almighty divine swords immediately came together as a petrifying storm. They then fused into a gargantuan black divine sword. He pointed toward Dihao, and the gargantuan black sword came down from the sky dome, cut across the river of swords, and headed straight toward Dihao. It turned everything it touched to ash. Dihao's physical body merged as one with the divine human. It was as if he had become a god. A divine light shone on the divine human's body. Heaven and earth were one, and Dihao was the way itself, able to control the way of mankind. He put his palms face up and, with a push, blasted out seal of mankind. It was humongous and clashed against the black divine sword. The numerous runes on the divine seal started glowing. The murderous aura emanating from the black divine sword of destruction was bent on destroying everything and kept breaking the divine seal, but its powers were weakening as well. Bang! The divine seal dissolved into nothingness with a loud crash, but so did the black sword. Dihao has become so strong, Supreme Sword Lord uttered in amazement. He would not battle efficiently against either of these two men. He, the Supreme Sword Lord, would possibly lose. Futian had also been observing the ongoing fight. Not many attacks had been carried out within the battle, but one attack alone contained enough power to destroy heaven and earth. It was beyond terrifying. What technique is that? Futian asked Supreme Sword Lord while looking toward Dihao. The figure of the divine human was astounding. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Novel Full. Thanks. The divine human, answered Supreme Sword Lord. It is an unparalleled superpower created by the ancestor. Only the strongest cultivators can master it, and they will become one with the great path of mankind, turning into a human god. It's as if the divine itself was summoned, and every attack from then on will be imbued with the power of the divine. The cultivators in the human realm termed it the way of mankind, which implies its status as the strongest superpower among humanity. Futian nodded in understanding. Is the great Sky Lord White Almighty even more powerful than Black Almighty? Of the two, the great Sky Lord Black Almighty came out first to battle, instead of the great Sky Lord White Almighty, who had not made an appearance yet. This somehow led Futian to feel that White Almighty might be stronger than the great Sky Lord Black Almighty. Yes, Supreme Sword Lord nodded in agreement. Legend has it that both these persons had been to the boundless sea located at the ends of the world before. There, they cultivated the way of the Almighty. Great Sky Lord White Almighty cultivated the creation pathway from the way of the Almighty, while great Sky Lord Black Almighty cultivated the destruction pathway. Although creation is not stronger than destruction, great Sky Lord White Almighty's prowess, nevertheless, is above that of great Sky Lord Black Almighty. Futian nodded slightly after hearing what Supreme Sword Lord said. Only the strongest like them could influence how the battle turned out now. Not even those who had passed through tribulations could. After all, it had reached the stage where those ranked at emperor level were fighting each other directly. But that person standing behind Donghuang Diwen is compelling as well, very more so than Fongru, Supreme Sword Lord started to explain. he was conferred the title of Number One, to the extent that people say that after Dong Huang the Great, he is the best. He looked to the back of Dong Huang Dian, where a cultivator was standing. Yi Futian followed suit and discovered that the cultivator was an elderly man. He was watching the battle quietly and wore a calm expression. It seemed as if he was not significantly bothered by what was happening in front of him. It was the first time Yi Futian had met him. He was likely one of those final boss characters in Dong Huang Imperial Palace. Would he take part in the battle? If that were the case, then over at the Heaven Realm, White Almighty would have to join in too. He could not help wondering how a battle on that level would be like. However, before Yi Futian had a chance to see him in battle, someone surprising stepped out from Dong Huang Imperial Palace's side. It was none other than Dong Huang Dian herself. It was not only Yi Futian, but all who were present were shocked by Dong Huang Dian. Did she intend to go into battle herself? Not many had seen the only daughter of Dong Huang the Great in battle before. Only once in the Devil World, Yi Futian had gone up against her in battle. Perhaps they will be able to see her in battle today. After Dong Huang, Dian stepped out. She looked upon someone on the sky stairwell. That person was Ji Wudao, the sole heir of the Heaven Realm. Everyone understood that if Dong Huang Dian were to go out to battle, her opponent would be Ji Wudao and only Ji Wudao. Both of them were heirs, one of the divine prefecture and the other of the Heaven Realm. Both were of noble statuses and were remarkable characters. Even though they might not be as strong as the great Sky Lord Black Almighty and Di Hao, their battle seemed to have been anticipated. Was not a battle of heirs of their caliber more enticing than that of the great Sky Lord Black Almighty and Di Hao? Yi Futian was also quite surprised. He never thought that Dong Huang Dian would participate in the battle. He had fought with Dong Huang Dian before at the Devil Imperial Palace in Devil World. They both tied then, and Dong Huang Dian was not inferior to him. He had also fought Ji Wudao before. Ji Wudao was a mystery and hard to read. They had only fought one round, and the other party had brought out heaven-punishing divine sword. It was hard to tell his depth of skill. Many years had passed since then, and the cultivators had all inherited relics from the tombs of the gods. They would have gotten much stronger, just as Yi Futian had. While he had mastered the divine ruler, both Dong Huang Dian and Ji Wudao had control of a relic each and would have gotten great gains from there. Moreover, the relic that Ji Wudao had control over was the old Heaven Court, ranked first among the 8 legions. Who knows what he had gained from there? A battle now would reveal their current prowess. Yi Futian found himself anticipating this battle. From the first day, he stepped into the world of cultivation. He had made his way up bit by bit, and the opponents he faced now were all top-notch, remarkable characters. At present, Dong Huang Dian, Ji Wudao, Di Hao, and the likes would probably be his strongest opponents on the cultivation journey. If he managed to surpass them, he would be on his way to becoming one of the great emperors. These people were like him, as they all had the hope of making it to the imperial realm. With the heirs from each realm, the most outstanding cultivators, and the appearance of the divine relics, how many would be able to conquer the way and reign supreme? They just had to wait and see. Chapter 2701, Heir of the Heavenly Emperor. As Dong Huang Dian stepped out, Ji Wudao moved forward on the sky stairwell and looked at Princess Dongwang. All the cultivators had their eyes on them and eagerly awaited the battle, especially those ranked at the emperor level. They knew Dong Huang Dian would want to come here to fight with Ji Wudao for the possession of the old Heaven Court relics. I don't wish to battle you, Princess Dong Huang, but the old Heaven Court relics belong only to me, Ji Wudao said to Dong Huang Dian. His demeanor was calm, but when it came to the old Heaven Court relics, he definitely was not going to give in. Here was the Heaven Court, and it rightfully belonged to them. Dong Huang Dian made no reply. An impressive aura emanated from within her. It surrounded Dong Huang Dian and gave rise to a dazzling picture. Behind her, right and left, was an impressive dragon and a fiery red divine phoenix. The dragon and divine phoenix both looked aged, as if they had been living for countless years and, as a result, contained the essence of life within them. They were the real deal. A venerable aura suffused from within Dong Huang, Diwen, the dragon, and the phoenix, causing the place to feel suffocating. Many of the cultivators' hearts raced wildly as they stared at the figures of the dragon and phoenix behind Dong Huang, Diwen. Ancestral dragon. This dragon contained the will of the dragon god and was the emperor of Naga, the lord of all dragons. Dong Huang Imperial Palace of the Divine Prefecture got possession of the Naga relics, and with it, Dong Huang Diwen inherited the will of the ancestral dragon. The cultivators thought to themselves, that dragon god was the dragon lord that ruled over Naga during ancient times. The ancestral dragon, the scales covering the body of the ancestral dragon, shimmered in 7 colors of divine light. Its venerable and terrifying aura spoke of it as a victorious king. As for the phoenix on the other side of Dong Huang Diwen, it was the ancestral phoenix. Before entering the relics, Dong Huang Diwen had already inherited the will of the ancestral phoenix. In Dong Huang the Great's desire to train up his only daughter, he had bathed his daughter in the ancestral phoenix's blood before. There was a divine seal carved inside her body. She was one with the ancestral phoenix. Now, she had gone to the Naga relics and received the will of the ancestral dragon also, thereby inheriting the soul of the ancestral dragon. With both the dragon and phoenix combining with her, the aura she emitted was enough to scare people. With the ancestral dragon and phoenix circling her, ordinary cultivators most likely would not have the courage to battle against her. In contrast, cultivators at the same level would feel suffocated just by her intimidating presence. Despite that, there was not a shred of demonic aura within Dong Huang Diwen. On the contrary, a saintly divine light glowed instead, and lotus flowers bloomed from beneath her feet. In the glow of the divine light, Dong Huang Diwen looked ethereal and stunning. It is the Buddhist power. Dong Huang Diwen and Dong Huang the Great cultivated a wide range of skills and seemed to be jacks of all trades. Despite receiving the ancestral dragon and phoenix, the divine light coming from her was the light of Buddha. Behind her was a shining ring. It was as if she was the goddess Guanyin. Different kinds of powers actually came together as one in her. They assimilated perfectly into her body and became hers. Dong Huang Diwen is approaching the demigod level. Supreme, Sword Level muttered. It has already taken shape. Just a bit more, and she will become near deity. Her talent is amazing. I guess it's expected of the daughter of Dong Huang the Great. Yi Futian looked at Dong Huang Diwen on the other side. Unbelievable. Was she already approaching the demigod level? If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Novel Full. Thanks. If Dong Huang Diwen attained the demigod level, she probably would not be inferior to the seniors currently at the level. Of course, being able to rank on the demigod level in the first place showed that the senior cultivators were not idlers. They were already pursuing a higher plane, and there were practically no weaklings. They were all forging their paths and ways. Throughout all these happenings, however, Ji Wudao only watched quietly. He still had not emanated any aura, and did not seem at all surprised by the events, nor showed a shred of fear. Many cultivators looked toward Ji Wudao, looking forward to finding out how strong this mysterious heir of the heaven realm was. Crash! Dong Huang Diwen moved her will. At once, the shadowy figures of the ancestral dragon and phoenix appeared in the skies. They were humongous and covered the entirety of the sky. Within this phenomenon, countless divine swords appeared, and every sword contained the power of divine punishment. Tianqing, one divine sword. Everyone knew that this was the mighty Tianqing divine sword, alluding to punishment from heaven and its domineering nature. What was more, This Tianqing divine sword presently contained the powers of the ancestral dragon and phoenix. Accordingly, the sword transformed into two different swords, one in the shape of a dragon and the other in the shape of a phoenix. They possessed terrifying powers and gave off scorching hot divine flames. Bang! A terrifying sound preceded the opening of the heavens, and through that opening, immeasurable beams of divine light descended into divine swords. How come both of their powers are the same? The people felt surprised upon sensing the aura that was released. The sword that Ji Wudao was using seemed to be the Tianqing divine sword. Very few people knew that both Ji Wudao and Dong Huangdiuan were well versed with the Tianqing divine sword. An even more terrifying aura was in the making, and two colors of divine light, a black and white one, as if symbolizing opposite types of powers, appeared above the sky. Black and white almighty. The cultivators' hearts raced when they saw this scene. That was the way of the Almighty, the amalgamation of black and white Almighty's divine swords and the Tianqing divine sword. The Tianqing divine sword, above the sky, turned black and white. White Almighty represented creation, and the divine swords above the sky were multiplying by the minute until they fully covered the entirety of the sky. Black Almighty divine sword represented destruction, and both of these extreme powers combined in an individual gave rise to an aura that sent tremors into the cultivators' hearts. Dong Huangdiuan fused the powers of the ancestral dragon and phoenix into her Tianqing divine sword, while Ji Wudao fused the way of the Almighty into his Tianqing divine sword. The Black Almighty divine sword belonging to Great Sky Lord Black Almighty was already frightening enough. If both he and Ji Wudao were on the same level, Ji Wudao's divine sword might be even more frightening. Both divine swords were taken out at the same time. The swords infused with the powers of the ancestral dragon and phoenix and the way of the Almighty clashed against each other, releasing a terrifying destructive storm that destroyed everything within its area. Yet both stood immovable at their spot, as if such a destructive blow was just a warm-up to them. Crash! Another divine sword appeared. It was the fusion of the dragon and the phoenix, and it directly broke open the void and cut through the storm toward the opposite side, exerting its dominance. A black and white divine sword met it head-on, and the two swords' destructive divine light broke out as they clashed. The attacking power of the Dragon Phoenix divine sword is greater, but the infusion of the way of the Black and White Almighty allows the divine sword to wield both destructive and creative powers, resulting in it having continuous powers. Even though it is only one sword, it contains the wills of many swords, allowing it to counter the attacks from the Dragon Phoenix sword. Supreme Sword Lord stared intently at the upper skies. Although the two currently in battle were his juniors, their attainments were unparalleled. What was even scarier was that these were only one of the powers they had. Both of them were already knocking on the door of the demigod level and could enter at any time. Just then, Dong Huangdiuan took a few steps to the front toward the sky stairwell. Lotus flowers bloomed beneath her feet as she walked, and behind her, an image of the goddess Guanyin appeared. It was enormous and reached the dome of the sky. Energy radiated from it. At the back of the goddess Guanyin were numerous arms. The 1,000 arms Guanyin, the cultivators thought to themselves. Dong Huangdiuan seemed to be one with the 1,000 arms Guanyin. Her body was suspended in midair, and divine lotuses appeared at her feet. She stretched out a palm and aimed an attack at Ji Wudao. All at once, thousands of hands came out from the goddess Guanyin and blasted out the seal of 1,000 arms. A loud and violent blast sounded out, and many dragon shadows appeared as the seal moved toward its target, as if it were the seal of a dragon, and was domineering to the extreme. Many people were amazed. Dong Huangdiuan was a peerless beauty and had the appearance of a saint in battle, yet she was also extremely domineering, not to mention her being a girl. How many people on Earth could compare? Tens of millions of dragon seals attacked in full force, as if tens of millions of divine dragons were whistling by. It broke through the storm of swords of destruction and headed toward the figure standing on the sky stairwell. Presently, Ji Wu Dao moved forward out of the sky stairwell and into the heavens. A beam of divine light descended, and immediately a domain appeared around him. Within the domain appeared a strange vision of many ancient gods. They were the divine generals and heavenly army of the heaven court during ancient times. At the same time, a supreme divine shadow appeared behind Ji Wu Dao. It was utterly dazzling and as if the heavenly emperor had descended onto earth. Ji Wu Dao raised his hand and blasted out a divine seal, which rapidly grew large enough to cover the sky and the area in front of him. Within this divine seal were numerous moving lines. They were stunning to look at and came together one by one to form an ancient character, the word for emperor, the seal of the heavenly emperor. Many cultivators at the emperor level were unsettled. Ji Wu Dao had cultivated the seal of the heavenly emperor. Many years ago, the heavenly emperor had released the seal of the heavenly emperor to suppress all the divine powers in the world, and was the most powerful out of all the divine seals. Currently, Ji Wu Dao was using it, and although it probably would not reach the level of the heavenly emperor, one could still see it taking shape. The emperor character on the divine seal unleashed a dazzling brilliance that blinded everything else. Bang, bang, bang. Numerous seals of the ancestral dragon attacked the seal of the heavenly emperor, only to break into pieces upon contact. The character of emperor remained in place, and the seal was as good as ever. Within the void, Ji Wu Dao looked toward Donghuang Diyuan and said, "Princess Diyuan, I said before that I do not want to defeat you in battle. Please withdraw." 1. Tianqing means punishment from heaven. Chapter 2702, Unparalleled. The cultivators looked up at Ji Wu Dao. What did it mean when he said he did not want to defeat Donghuang Diyuan? It was as if he was saying that he would defeat Donghuang Diyuan in battle as long as he was willing. Did the heir of the heavenly emperor of the heaven realm possess such heaven-defying abilities? Donghuang Diyuan's expression did not change. She would not be swayed by his words. The seal of Thousand Arms continued its ferocious onslaught on the seal of the heavenly emperor until tens of millions of arms descended simultaneously. Immediately a crack appeared on the emperor character on the seal, as well as on the giant scroll of the word emperor. Suddenly, the void shook violently, and with a loud bang, both the seal of the heavenly emperor and seal of Thousand Arms broke into pieces. The two looked at each other. Both these heirs of emperor figures had remarkable dispositions. Donghuang Diyuan had the ancestral dragon and phoenix on both sides, guarding her, while Ji Wu Dao was like the reincarnation of the heavenly emperor. Just then, a saintly light of Buddha surrounded Donghuang Diyuan. The light was soft and gentle and held no murderous intent. It headed toward Ji Wu Dao, who showed surprise upon receiving it. A faint mark that glowed with divine lines seemed to appear between his eyebrows. The Buddhist 6 superpowers, Ji Wu Dao remarked to himself. He then looked at Donghuang Diyuan and said, "Whatever Princess Diyuan desires to see, please go ahead." Within the light of the Buddha, countless scenes appeared in front of Donghuang Diyuan. The scenes were showing the life story of Ji Wu Dao. She stared ahead of her, and countless images appeared within her eyes. She learned about Ji Wu Dao's cultivation journey, where he had started as an ordinary person without any extraordinary talent in the heaven realm and made his way up from the bottom. He had been through numerous life-threatening crises and close fights. The images were brutal and violent, as if he had walked out from a battlefield with skeletons all around his feet. He underwent exceptionally harsh trials during selections in the heaven realm. He killed all his opponents and became the heir of the heaven realm. At that time he had already developed unparalleled talent then and was a new being. Through scene after scene, Donghuang Diyuan watched Ji Wu Dao train in the divine prefecture, in the forbidden places in the demon realm, in the Buddhist realm anonymously, and even in the empty divine realm, the human realm, dark world, and original realm. It was as if he had left his footprints on every single place on Earth. "Has Princess Diyuan found it yet?" Ji Wudao asked while looking at Donghuang Diyuan. His pupils were bright, and divine light flowed around his body. He was one with heaven and earth and seemed to be a perfect and flawless person without any weak points. Yet, in the experiences he had gone through, Ji Wudao most certainly could not be said to be a perfect person. One might even say he was cruel and bloodthirsty. He went through many life and death situations and made it out safely each time. He was exceptionally clever and knew when to endure things to survive. Although he had been to all the fantastic realms, no one from those realms had ever heard of his name, and very few remembered him. Furthermore, he seemed to have guessed what Donghuang Diyuan wanted to find from him. Donghuang Diyuan stared fixedly at Ji Wudao. The things she had seen seemed to be only what Ji Wudao allowed her to see. It was missing the most important item that she was looking for. How did Ji Wudao achieve his metamorphosis and become who he was today? Looking at the experiences he had gone through, although they were fraught with danger, it was not enough to cause a metamorphosis. There was still something crucial missing, for example, the most acceptable inheritance or something else. Donghuang Diyuan was not able to find these things or any weak points. It was as if he was impeccable. Boom! Donghuang Diyuan moved her will, and suddenly the ancestral dragon and phoenix that were above the sky started to move as if they had been resurrected as the actual ancestral dragon and phoenix. An otherworldly divine power descended and enveloped the entire space. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Novel Full. Thanks. Right then, all who were present felt an overwhelming sense of pressure coming upon and looked up to see the two divine beasts in the upper skies circling over the heads of Donghuang Diyuan and Ji Wudao. At the same time, a great rush of power was released from Donghuang Diyuan. Donghuang Diyuan soared up to stand in between the ancestral dragon and phoenix. At that moment, she looked like a goddess, high and mighty. She is drawing on the powers of the ancestral dragon and phoenix. The cultivators' hearts raced again. Donghuang Diyuan had always been blessed by the ancestral phoenix and was even regarded as a representation of the divine phoenix. After inheriting the Naga relics, she was also blessed by the ancestral dragon and inherited the dragon's spirit. With the powers of the dragon and the phoenix regenerating in her body, Donghuang Diyuan had surpassed her original level. If Ji Wudao did not have some other tricks up his sleeve, he would indeed be defeated. The current Donghuang Diyuan was at the demigod level. "Why must you be so persistent, Your Highness?" Ji Wudao asked Donghuang Diyuan. "I'm agreeable if you insist on having the heaven relics. Come and cultivate with me in the heavenly imperial palace. And in the future, you and I will be the rulers of the heaven court." His words shocked the cultivators in the lower skies. How could Ji Wudao make this kind of request? Donghuang Diyuan scanned the lower skies but did not say a thing. The ancestral dragon roared, and all at once the sky trembled. The dragon's roar caused shocks to pass through many of the cultivators in the lower skies, and they felt as if they were going to disintegrate. Quite a few cultivators groaned and spat out blood. There was some blood in the corners of their mouths. Their faces were ghastly pale. This roar was not even directed at them, but Ji Wudao. Even so, they could not handle the blow. As for Ji Wudao, a dazzling divine splendor lit up his body, and he floated up to the upper skies on the sky stairwell. A supremely powerful force descended upon the old heaven court, and divine light shrouded Ji Wudao's body. A saintly light appeared above the sky. Ji Wudao was bathed in the divine light. It was as if the ruler of the old heaven court had descended upon earth himself. Numerous people raised their heads to look at the sky, where above the sky stairwell a court had appeared. It was possibly the old heaven court relics. Countless years ago, the leader of Deva, which was the first of the 8 legions, had ruled over the old heaven court, was he given the title of Heavenly Emperor as well. The ruler of the old heaven court could be the leader of the 8 legions and the first of the heavenly path. Had Ji Wudao inherited the will of the old heaven court, the ancestral dragon and phoenix glided down, and in a flash, shadowy figures of the ancestral dragon and phoenix dashed toward Ji Wudao. Unimaginable power was contained in the ancestral dragon, while the ancestral phoenix was bathed in a divine flame that set fire to the void and burned everything to ashes as it charged at Ji Wudao. At the sight of such a terrifying strike, even the demigods could not stop their hearts racing. "The power of this strike is on my level already," remarked Supreme Sword Lord as he arched his head to see the battle taking place above the skies. The attack of Dong Huang Diuan, boosted by the powers drawn from the ancestral dragon and phoenix, had already reached the demigod level. She was already just outside the perimeter, with just one more step needed to become a demigod. With the addition of the powers of the ancestral dragon and phoenix, one could only imagine how terrifying that strike was. Would Ji Wudao be able to withstand it? Ji Wudao was bathed in the divine light from the old heaven court, and an impressive power permeated from within his body. At his back, the figure of the heavenly emperor seemed to have solidified. Standing in front of the heavenly emperor, he raised his arms, and suddenly a divine light sprinkled down from above the skies. A divine sword appeared in Ji Wudao's hands, and the figure behind him also held a divine sword with both hands. With the appearance of the divine sword, many of the cultivators' swords started to clatter loudly, desiring to bow their heads. The sword of Supreme Sword Lord also showed the same reaction, and he was stunned as he realized his swordsmanship was inferior. The sword of the heavenly emperor. Supreme Sword Lord looked up at the sky. The divine sword was more than just a sword. It contained the will of heaven and was the sword of the heavenly emperor. Its high status meant that everything in the world had to listen to its commands. Sure enough, on the divine sword was written the word emperor. It glistened with divine light and exuded such a mighty power that made all beings grovel. Dong Huang Diuan had inherited the will of the ancestral dragon, but Ji Wudao had inherited the will of the old heaven court. People could not help but be amazed. Before this, no one had heard of the heir of the heaven realm, Ji Wudao, before. Who knew that he would be so impressive and remarkable? This place is under the old heaven court, and Ji Wudao directly drawing power from the old heaven court puts him at an advantage. "I think Dong Huang Diuan is going to lose," Supreme Sword Lord said with his eyes on the battle. The divine sword in Ji Wudao's hand clashed with the ancestral dragon and divine phoenix, causing the sky to be on the verge of collapse. As divine light shone down, many of the cultivators in the lower skies simultaneously released a shield of defense. The humongous ancestral dragon and divine phoenix were still clashing with the heavenly emperor's sword, with divine light bursting out at every contact. However, they both subsequently got split open. They were no match for the power of the heavenly emperor's sword. Right then, an intimidating aura burst out from behind Dong Huang Diuan. A top warrior from the divine prefecture had stepped out, and he was bursting with incredible might and power. At the same time, White Almighty on the sky, Stairwell grunted, and also stepped out. He landed on the battlefield beside Ji Wudao. They both were keen to protect their young masters. Dong Huang Diuan was the only daughter of Dong Huang the Great. Her background alone ensured that she would be of a high status. With her talents, her high status in Dong Huang Imperial Palace went without saying. Ji Wudao, on the other hand, earned the support of those in the heavenly Imperial Palace through his efforts. All the strong men in the heaven realm willingly listened to and assisted him, including the great Sky Lords Black and White Almighty. It was obvious that Wu Jidao was alluring. The terrifying sounds of the clashes caused the sky to crumble and the ground to shatter, causing the cultivators' hearts to beat furiously. They had hardly made sense of what was happening when strong men started stepping out from different quarters in the direction of the sky stairwell. Many of their pupils were constricted as they stared at the sight of the battle. It turned out that those who stepped out were all Emperor-level cultivators. These Emperor-level cultivators had been patiently watching the battle, but were now not able to control themselves any longer. They marched toward the sky stairwell. Evidently they, too, strongly desired the old Heaven Court relics. Chapter 27:03 Gate to the Heaven Court. The sudden turn of events stunned many cultivators. This was originally a battle between the Donghuang Imperial Palace of the Divine Prefecture and the Heaven Court of the Heaven Realm. However, now the situation had evolved so that all the top figures from all the principalities were making their moves simultaneously. They meant to shake those from the Heaven Realm and take over the old Heaven Court. The strength of the Heaven Court from Heaven Realm consisted of powerful players. Great Sky Lords Black and White Almighty for Heavenly Kings, 9-star Lords, with all of their cultivators trailing behind them. And this was in addition to Ji Wudao, who was able to leverage the will of the old Heaven Court. This was a team whose strength was considered frightening. However, the Heaven Court was powerful in strength, but weaker in their size. Among the 7 realms, the Heaven Realm was the smallest, but it occupied the relics of Deva, which was the head of the 8 legions. Therefore, it was no wonder that the cultivators from all sides had decided to attack them. There were principalities from the Divine Prefecture and cultivators from the human realm, the empty Divine Realm, and even the Dark World and the Devil World. However, for these last 2 significant realms, their topmost figures were not present. Of these 2 realms, one was in control of the Karura ruins, which had unlocked the inheritance of the demonic lord. The other was in charge of the ruins of Ashura, which was the most complementary to them according to their nature. In this context, they would focus more on their cultivations. As long as they could be in complete control of the wills of the demonic lord and the Ashura, they could care less about the old Heaven Court. Just as the cultivators of Heaven Realm had stated before, the old Heaven Court was indeed the most compatible with them. Even if the Deva was the head of the 8 legions, and its strength may be the strongest, the fit was the most crucial consideration above all. Ji Wudao was suitable for inheriting the will of the old Heaven Court, but it may not be the case for the cultivators from the Dark Court. In addition, even though the cultivators from the Buddhist realm had arrived, they did not choose to interfere. Many Buddhist cultivators were watching in the crowd, witnessing everything happening in front of them. Even so, it was terrifying enough with all the cultivators from every side joining the fight. For a moment, that horrific aura enveloped this corner of the sky and slammed towards the sky stairwell. Yi Futian, Supreme Sword Lord, and the others looked at the battlefield above the sky, and they paid particular attention to the place where Ji Wudao was. In the battle, Donghuang Diwen was as good as defeated. This proud daughter of Donghuang Imperial Palace and the future of the Divine Prefecture had lost to Ji Wudao. However, since this was Ji Wudao's territory and he could leverage the will of the Heavenly Emperor within the old Heaven Court, it was not surprising that he was able to defeat Donghuang Diwen. But even if these factors were discounted, and just based on the combat effectiveness of these 2 people alone, Ji Wudao was not any weaker than Donghuang Diwen. From the previous collisions between the 2, it was obvious that Ji Wudao was very strong, and perhaps he had not yet completely released all of his strength. I didn't expect that the heir of the Heaven Realm would have such a shocking capability that he overpowered the princess of the Divine Prefecture. Moreover, I heard that he did not have an extraordinary background behind him. I wonder what kind of opportunity he had received. In the future, this man will be at the forefront of the road to becoming a great emperor, said the Supreme Sword Lord in a low voice. Today, this battle was enough to make Ji Wudao's name known to the world. Before, he had loathed to show himself off to the outside world, but this battle with Donghuang Diwen was enough for his name to resound throughout all the realms. In this generation, how many of them in this world could fight like this with Donghuang Diwen? Yi Futian nodded in agreement. Ji Wudao's strength was stronger than he had expected. To become a great emperor, he would be a most powerful competitor. More importantly, both he and Dong Huang Duan must have already been pursuing the path of the great emperor by now. Both of them had already stepped into the near deity state. Here was the starting point of the road to becoming a great emperor. But in the end, it was still an unknown which one of them could prove the way of the great emperor in this world. In addition to Ji Wudao and Dong Huang Duan, there was also Di Hao from the human realm, Yu Sheng from the devil world, Yengi, Yi Qingyao from the dark court, as well as the top cultivators from Buddhism and Duga Wuxia of the empty divine realm. These were all the people who had an equal likelihood to embark on that envious path. Of course, then there was also Yi Futian himself. Aside from that, no one knew how the ancient god clans from the divine prefecture would react, or for that matter, the principalities ruled by the other great emperors in the other worlds. Currently, the will of the great emperor of the ancient god clan in the divine prefecture had already entered this site along with its cultivators. Would it be revived in the same manner as Tianyin the Great? If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Novel Full. Thanks. Significant changes were occurring between heaven and earth, and everything was possible. Yi Futian's eyes were still fixed on the sky above. Previously, Ji Wudao had asked all these cultivators whether they wished to come up one by one or all together. Now, these cultivators from all sides had taken action just as he wanted. How was he planning to counter their attacks? Above the sky, Ji Wudao's figure soared upward and appeared atop the sky stairwell. Just below the old heaven court, a most radiant divine light descended from the old heaven court downward. In an instant, an incomparable will of horror descended and shrouded this infinite space. Suddenly, this vast and endless domain was inundated by that terrifying will. Those top cultivators also raised their heads to follow his figure. Their eyes betrayed the slight hint of the disturbance they felt. Had Ji Wudao completely inherited the will of the old heaven court? What did he receive inside the old heaven court? Could it be that he had already inherited from the master of the old heaven court? "Come back!" Ji Wudao commanded loudly. Suddenly, all the cultivators from the heaven realm began to float towards the top of the sky stairwell, including the great sky lords Black and White Almighty, who were also extricating themselves from the battle. In short, everyone was retreating in the direction of the old heaven court above the sky stairwell. The other cultivators wanted to give chase, but they could sense a powerful force appearing above them. Instantly, they had a solemn look on their faces, and none of them dared to make a rash move. Above the sky, the incomparably sacred divine figure of the heavenly emperor appeared, with the divine sword in hand. He followed along with Ji Wudao's every movement, and an even more powerful sword came slashing down. Immediately, heaven and earth seemed to be split open by the sword. As the sword descended from the sky, everything in its path seemed to be immolated. Those cultivators who took action were releasing their most terrifying power to resist, surrounding themselves with the divine light of the great path. There were natural visions that forged an absolute domain, from which an attack was launched directly at the heavenly sword that was slashing towards them. The extremely terrifying divine light of destruction exploded in the void, and the sword chopped down with an apocalyptic divine light that was blinding and stinging to the eyes. The hearts of the cultivators below palpitated, and some even quickly dodged and retreated to the rear, wanting to vacate this area as quickly as possible. The same was true with cultivators who were even watching from very far away. This heavenly sword could cover a massive area when it came down, and most of them regretted being too close to the actual battle. The supreme sword lord waved both of his hands, and a divine sword appeared to point to the sky above as the Taishang swordsmanship erupted with all its might. When the heavenly sword came smashing down, it was unable to shake the defense built by the supreme sword lord. However, That was because they were not at the center of the battle, and they were barely touched by the aftershocks of the attack on the periphery. The sword light illuminated a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles as it swept down. When the divine sword fell, the space was left in a total mess. Tons of ditches appeared on the ground, as if the earth itself had cracked open, and all of them filled with the terrifying sword will of the emperor. Cultivators from all sides were broken up as they retreated to different locations. Those whose cultivations were not strong enough and had no one to protect them were wiped out under the sword. They were pretty unfortunate to perish like this while watching the battle on the sideline. Of course, those who came here to watch the fight might have harbored some mal-intentions of their own. The cultivators from the heaven realm stood at the top of the sky stairwell. Ji Wudao stood in the middle of them, showering in divine light. As he looked down at the cultivators below, he declared loudly, "If any one of you insist on robbing the relics controlled by the heaven realm, I won't be merciful next time." When they saw his godlike figure, the cultivators below trembled in their hearts. In their eyes, Ji Wudao looked like someone invincible. However, in the void, neither Dong Huang Diwen nor anyone else retreated. The aura of the great path from them remained as dominant as ever. At the same time, brilliant divine light gleamed and bloomed, and immediately, wisps of imperial were pervaded between heaven and earth. Those top cultivators had resorted to the imperial arms, and none of them was of the mind to withdraw. Ji Wudao might be powerful, but he must have not completely integrated with the old heaven court, which meant that it was possible for him to be overpowered. The old heaven court was determined to win. When Yi Futian saw what was being played out before him, he immediately realized that as powerful as Ji Wudao's attack was, it did not exert an absolute advantage that deterred everyone who was present. His challengers felt that they would have a definite advantage with the imperial arms in hand. These people were extremely keen to the perception of strength. If no one chose to give up, it would be difficult for Heaven Realm to defend their claim of the old Heaven Court. It would be similar to the time when Yi Futian leveraged the will of the Maharaja and was still unable to deter the invasions from every side, if it were not for Yu Sheng and Qing Yao who lent him a helping hand just when he needed them the most. Consider how fierce the struggle was for the relic of the Maharaja. The extent of the confrontation over the old Heaven Court was not surprising. It will be difficult for the people of Heaven Realm to defend their claim, Yi Futian said. Before, Ji Wudao wanted to put a stop to all the cultivators who were here, but his strength fell short. After all, he was not yet in the realm of near deity, but he was facing several superior cultivators who were on the demigod list, and they have the aid of imperial arms. With such an advantage, why would they voluntarily back down? If the Heaven Realm can't be defended, what should we do? Next to him, Supreme Sword Lord asked Ji Futian, wondering what his thought was on the situation. Ji Wudao had once gone to cultivate in the territory controlled by Ziwei Segmentum, and he said then that as long as he could, he would want to go to the old Heaven Court and take a look there. Yi Futian replied casually. There was no rules or regulations to speak of in today's world of cultivation. Strength was always the first factor. No one would give up the opportunity to cultivate in any relics. If they could have broken into Maharaga where he was located, no one would hold themselves back to show him any courtesy on this ancient continent. Above the firmament, everyone slaughtered their way upward into the sky, and the cultivators from the Heaven Realm were retreating, as they have already reached the top of the stairwell, as if they were standing directly under the Heaven Court. At this time, other cultivators in the sky also moved their way upwards, which included all the principalities of each world. Someone cleared the way and drove in. Naturally, they didn't mind adding fuel to the fire. Which one of them didn't want to have a chance at the relic of the old Heaven Court? At this moment, many people were stunned. They discovered that those cultivators from the Heaven Realm had actually stepped into the heavenly palace. That group of cultivators above the firmament had disappeared directly from where they were. As cultivators from other sides revealed a look of surprise, They moved higher into the sky as well, one after another. First among them was the cultivators from the Imperial level forces, including Dong Huang Diyuan. When they came to the top of the sky stairwell, they saw many magnificent and impressive structures. All that dilapidated palaces and shrines, or the broken pillars that they had seen before, were nothing more than places occupied by the guardians of the old heaven court. Here was just an entrance with a door in front. This was the entrance to the old heaven court, the gate to the heavenly palace. The sight in front of them was so spectacular that the cultivators who went up behind them couldn't help but have their hearts beating wildly. Here was the gate to the old heaven court, the site of the first of the 8 legions, the Deva. "Princess Diyuan, please," Dihao said to Dong Huang Diyuan, making a gesture inviting her to enter. Immediately, Dong Huang Diyuan stepped through and entered inside the old heaven court. Chapter 2704. One Ruler to Break the Dominion. Yi Futian and his party appeared in front of the gate of the heavenly palace. Their attention was focused on those cultivators who continued to walk into it. Yi Futian noted to himself that cultivators everywhere were equally fervent for the powerful relics that might elevate their cultivations. However, with all the great emperor-level forces present, would any of these cultivators have any chance of getting anything? For them, a crisis was far more promising than an opportunity. Even so, these cultivators were still coming, if only for a remote possibility that they might obtain the relics. The reality was that only those near-deity existences had some chance of achieving that. Even those cultivators in the second tribulation plane had a slight chance without the help of imperial arms. Even if there were relics, they were unable to compete with any of these major powers. Even if, by chance, they obtained something, it was very possible that they would be hunted down and robbed of it later. Of course, Yi Futian himself was still planning on going in. Without thinking too much about it, Yi Futian stepped over the gate to the heavenly palace and walked into the land that the Deva once ruled in ancient days. As soon as Yi Futian and the others passed through the gate to the heavenly palace and entered inside, they were shocked by the sight in front of them. This place was like a small world, and so far it was the most well-preserved site among all the relics on this ancient continent. In this small world, although the buildings everywhere had collapsed, the magnificent ruins of the heavenly court were vaguely visible. The small world was actually quite expansive. At a glance, there were clusters of buildings everywhere, all of which were ancient relics. Each cluster of buildings was majestic, located in different locations, and each had its own characteristics. Those might be the places of cultivation for the divine generals in the heavenly court. After countless years, they became relics, but they were still permeated with an extremely terrifying aura. The master of the old heaven court's strength must have been one of the strongest in the ancient times, which accounted for his control over the Deva. Such figures must have many great emperors under his command. After all, that was the age of the emperors. Deva was the leader of the 8 legions under the heavenly path, dominated over the entire world. In the distance, many cultivators were moving in one direction. When Yi Futian and the others raised their heads to look where they were going, they saw that there was a heavenly palace at the edge of the sky, elusive and ethereal. That ought to be the real heavenly palace, where the Lord of Deva, the heavenly emperor, had once resided in ancient times. Yi Futian continued moving forward. After entering this place, all the cultivators flickered their way in different directions. In many other places, they had sensed the existence of the relics from the great emperors. The relics here should be even more than that of the Maharaga tribe, Supreme Sword Lord said softly. As the head of the 8 legion, this is to be expected at the site where the Deva resided, Yi Futian responded, agreeing with the assessment of the Supreme Sword Lord. They could already feel that there were several sites of the relics that contained the will of the great emperor. No wonder these various forces have to fight for it, Supreme Sword Lord said. After having cultivated in their respective relics for several years, They now saw new opportunities ushered in by the attacks of the divine prefecture led by Donghuang Diyuan. Together, they stood a better chance of invading inside the old heaven court. They didn't want to let go of the relics at the old heaven court. In the eyes of several great emperor-level forces, the relics of the Maharaga that Yi Futian controlled were nothing compared to the relics at the old heaven court. Now, just as they wished they had made their way here. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Novel Full. Thanks. At this moment, wisps of terrific aura fell on Yi Futian and the others, making Yi Futian and his group of people frown. Then, from different directions, many other cultivators came to surround them. Their murderous intent was sky-high. "Those pesky suckers," the Supreme Sword Lord said with his brows knitted. It was those people again, the cultivators of the ancient god clans from the divine prefecture. They were not in a hurry to plunder the relics here. On the contrary, they wanted to take this opportunity to confront Yi Futian. Obviously, they had been keeping tabs on Yi Futian, tracking his every movement. The Vajra region Lord stood at the forefront, surrounded by golden divine light, which covered the boundless space. On the Maharaga's relic site, the Vajra divine child was killed by Feng Siyuan. With a new blood feud added onto old grudges, the Vajra region hated the cultivators from Ziwei Imperial Palace with a passion, and they couldn't wait to slaughter all of them immediately. "How dare you come out of the Maharaga tribe?" the Vajra region Lord said with a horrific murderous intent upon him. Before, by the time they got to the Maharaga tribe, they couldn't do anything because Yi Futian was naturally compatible with the will of the Maharaga. Then, when Yu Sheng and Yi Qingyao showed up, they had no choice but to retreat, having sustained considerable loss. In the end, they could not cause any damages to Yi Futian and the others. But now, Yi Futian had walked out of the relics of the Maharaga and came here. Without the will of the Maharaga, how would he contend against them? There would only be death for him. Several ancient god clans had possessed the wills of the great emperors. Therefore, even if their opponent had the support of someone like Supreme Sword Lord and Shi Qiyao, it was not enough to deter them. "I am not interested in playing with you people just now. You guys should focus on cultivating some more and improving your strength. That way, maybe you get to live for a few more years." Yi Futian looked at them and said. His words caused these cultivators to frown. How dare he be so arrogant? What did Yi Futian have to use to contend with them? "After we killed you, the relics of the Maharaga will be unguarded. At that time, we can slaughter all the cultivators inside and control the relics of the Maharaga, which will be just as good as the relics from this old heaven court," the Vajra region Lord said. Above the firmament, a terrifying Vajra dominion appeared, covering the sky and obstructing the sun, sealed off this corner of the sky. The unparalleled divine power of the Vajra region fell and bathed the Vajra region Lord under the divine power of the Vajra region, as if the ancient god of the Vajra region had descended. After a few years of not seeing him, it seemed that the strength of the Vajra region Lord had magnified again. Likewise, other cultivators from the ancient god clans were releasing a terrifying aura, which enveloped this area to prevent Yi Futian from escaping. Everyone knew that Yi Futian was good at Buddha's celerity, which allowed him to evade, capture easily. To deal with Yi Futian, the first thing they had to do was to seal off the space they were in. "Sword Lord, make sure everyone is safe," Yi Futian said to Supreme Sword Lord. "No problem." Supreme Sword Lord held the imperial arms, the divine sword, and forged a sword domain to protect all their cultivators within it. Yi Futian walked a few steps forward, glanced at the Vajra region Lord, then raised his head to focus on the dominion above the sky. Above this dominion, the divine power of the Vajra region was circulating endlessly. The golden divine light was shining with a radiance that seemed indestructible. This was the true divine power of the Vajra region, containing the divine power of the great emperor's will, stronger than anything and utterly indestructible. Everyone was looking at Yi Futian with a strange look. What did he want to do by stepping out alone at a time like this? Did he want to tempt death? Everyone thought that it would be Supreme Sword Lord who would act first. But at this moment, they could feel that there were rays of the great path divine light that flowed about on Yi Futian. At the same time, he stretched out his hand. When the great path divine light poured into his palm, suddenly a ruler appeared in the palm of Yi Futian's hand. The cultivators stared at the divine ruler in Yi Futian's hand. This was not an imperial arms, but a peculiar power of the great path. However, the aura contained in it made them feel a little apprehensive. Would Yi Futian deal out some other amazing feat again? Buzz! Just as they were pondering on the matter, Yi Futian's body moved as he soared upward and appeared in a place upon high in just an instant. With his arm facing up, the ruler in his hand unleashed the dominion forged by the divine power of the Vajra region and fell on that sealed area. You are nothing but an ant trying to shake the tree. The Vajra region lord gave a great yell, and there was strong sarcasm in the words he spoke, as if he was dismissive of what Yi Futian was doing. How could he be so arrogant as to imagine that he could break down the Vajra dominion cast by the divine power of the Vajra region by using a ruler? PSSSD. A crystalline sound was heard at this moment as the ruler stabbed directly in the middle of the Vajra dominion. The divine power of the Vajra region was flowing endlessly. Still, at this moment, when the divine power of the Vajra region encountered that ruler, it was avoiding it madly and retreated whichever way it could. It seemed that the divine power of the Vajra region had been suppressed completely. Break! Yi Futian spat. Suddenly, a light rule exploded from the divine ruler. In an instant, a glow swept across the void as the Vajra dominion shattered and collapsed in an instant, completely and utterly destroyed. The great path domain that had been forged by the divine power of the Vajra region was broken in an instant. When the Vajra region lord saw what was happening in front of him, his heart was greatly horrified and he was unable to move his eyes. How could this be possible, and how did Yi Futian manage to do it? The eyes of the other cultivators were frozen in that direction as well. They stared at the ruler that was in Yi Futian's hand and wondered what kind of divine item was that. This ruler was actually able to penetrate it and split through the Vajra dominion. Aside from this ruler, they also discovered that a streamer of the great path was flowing freely about Yi Futian, as if the will of the great path upon him was self-contained and complemented with the divine ruler perfectly. What they saw before them was so similar to the divine light that circulated around Donghuang, Diuan, and Ji Wudao before. Yi Futian, too, was 1 foot in the realm of near deity. Chapter 2705. Dialogues with the Old Gods. What kind of power is this? The cultivators from the ancient god clans wondered as they stared at Yi Futian. The force exerted from that mere ruler was so great that the divine power of the Vajra region was unquestionably suppressed, and its dominion was forcibly breached. Did Yi Futian inherit from yet another great emperor? Obviously, this was a power begotten from some other relics again, as Yi Futian did not previously have this ability. After a few years, he too had become stronger. Yi Futian ignored everyone's speculation. He appeared above the cultivators from the Vajra region. With a thought, he opened the gate of heaven. Above the firmament, the will of terrifying great path rules circulated as if this whole world had turned into the same path commanded by Yi Futian. Yi Futian was in charge of the great path rules in this space. The sky opened up with extreme radiance. The great path rules descended from the sky and attracted the attention of all the cultivators who were in the distance. Their hearts palpitated when they witnessed this magnificent and strange sight before them. Many cultivators recognized Yi Futian, and they couldn't help but trembled when they saw what was happening right now. Not too long ago, they had witnessed an awe-inspiring battle between some peak cultivators. The battle between Donghuang Diuan and Ji Wu Dao, especially, was a battle of great significance. It was a battle between the heir of the heaven realm and the heir of the divine prefecture. They were the top existences who had a chance to step onto the road to become a great emperor in the future. After the battle, the world finally realized that the heir of the heaven realm was terrifying to such a degree that many of them forgot that for a long time before this, whether it was in the divine prefecture or the land of the original realm, there was another striking figure named Yi Futian. Compared to Di Hao and Dong Huang Diyuan, it seemed that Yi Futian, who was a genius talent that almost defied nature, had been eclipsed by both. It appeared that he had lost his luster in front of these two and could only stand below to watch them battle. However, at this moment in time, they saw Yi Futian taking action again. This proud son who had led the Ziwei imperial palace to seize the relics of the Moharaga, one of the sites of the 8 legions, had increased in strength after several more years spent in cultivation. It seemed that he had already touched the realm of near deity. This also meant that Yi Futian would be officially embarking on the road to becoming a great emperor himself. But he, like the others, was only at the starting point of this long journey. As the sky opened, an ultimate divine ruler appeared above it. Yi Futian was bathing in divine light, akin to a god from heaven. That divine ruler suspended in front of him, and the divine glory emitted from it seemed capable of destroying everything. The cultivators of several ancient god clans had sensed the horror that came from this divine ruler. They did not feel any aura of the great path with specific attributes, but that divine ruler itself seemed to represent the great path rules and could incarnate into any kind of great path power it wished. The expression in the eyes of the Vajra region lord was somber as he stared at the sky above. He did not expect Yi Futian to become stronger after not seeing him for all these years. Yi Futian had cultivated to such a degree that with the descendants of the divine ruler, the Vajra region lord felt a great sense of danger. Clang! A loud sound was heard, and the Vajra region lord clasped his hands together. In an instant, golden light shrouded the boundless space with a radius of thousands of miles. Even those cultivators in the distance could detect a golden light that was illuminating in all directions. Moreover, there was the divine power of the Vajra realm in this golden divine light. Behind the Vajra region lord, there was a massive and gigantic figure. It was as if the ancient god of the Vajra region was surrounded by miles of golden light. This ancient god of the Vajra region was brilliant throughout, cast by gold. When the divine power circulated upon it, it seemed to be an immortal body that was indestructible. On the torso of this ancient god of the Vajra realm, everyone could faintly sense a wisp of the great emperor's aura that was contained within that flowing divine power. Yi Futian stretched out his hands. Suddenly, a dazzling divine light flowed out of his body and poured into the divine ruler. Above the sky, the great path fell down upon them, and a terrifying storm of the great path began blowing. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Novel Full. Thanks. Kill. Yi Futian's eyes were sharper than ever as he scanned the area below. He raised his hand and pointed at the Vajra region lord. Suddenly, an unparalleled beam of light broke through the void and fell straight down. The divine light tore through everything in its path. Clang! Another mighty sound was heard, and the divine light of the great path circulating on the Vajra ancient god was horrific beyond words. A massive and incomparably gigantic Vajra divine seal slammed at the divine ruler that was blasting down. For a time, it seemed that everything had gone topsy-turvy and everything had been smashed. The divine ruler and the boundless Vajra divine seal collided in the void, and another loud noise came out, bursting in everyone's eardrums. Under the Vajra divine power, the divine seal had runes of the great path running inside of it and erupted with an unparalleled divine brilliance. Even so, under the attack of that terrifying power, golden light spots splashed out, and the divine ruler penetrated through little by little until finally piercing through the massive Vajra divine seal. Between the hands of that gigantic Vajra ancient god, countless phantasmic divine seals flew out, blasting at the divine ruler again and again. Eventually, it was able to stop the momentum of the divine ruler. Such an intense attack made all the bystanders tremble with fear. Even those who were watching the battle from a distance were equally shocked. Had Yi Futian's attack become so tyrannical? The Vajra region lord, as the one in charge of the Vajra region, which was part of the ancient god clans, had been suppressed by Yi Futian even though he had leveraged the will of the great emperor. The cultivators from other ancient god clans did not jump in. They were wary of the divine ruler from before and were shocked by Yi Futian's display of strength. For now, they chose to wait and see. "Be careful," the Vajra region lord suddenly cautioned them. Yi Futian's figure disappeared from the void without any warning. His Vajra divine power erupted again, covering all the cultivators from the Vajra region behind him. But it was too late. By the time Yi Futian returned to where he was, several cultivators from the Vajra region had already fallen. Their bodies were pierced by the light of the ruler, which killed them instantaneously. "You seem to have forgotten the lessons in the past. This is a warning to you all," said Yi Futian. He stood above the void, bathing in the divine light from above the firmament as he surveyed those below. "If I were to kill without restraint, how many of you can stop me?" In addition to a few top-level characters, how many from the ancient gold clans could stop his massacre? Moreover, the Vajra Dominion could not contain Yi Futian, so who else could restrict his Buddha's celerity? None of them could have done it. Once upon a time, all major ancient god clans had joined forces to challenge Ziwei Segmentum. However, it was precisely because of the Buddha's celerity and the will of Ziwei the Great that they had no choice but to give up. But now they seemed to have forgotten everything that had happened before. In other words, they thought that as long as they could pose a restriction, they might be able to put an end to Yi Futian. Not long ago, they had even threatened to kill Yi Futian first, then proceed to the relics of the Maharaja and kill the rest of them. But in a blink of an eye, Yi Futian woke them up from their foolish dreams. The auras of several top figures from the ancient god clans were released, and there was imperial glory that flowed about them. However, at this moment, a voice sounded in the mind of the Vajra region lord. "Leave." The eyes of the Vajra region lord sharpened. It seemed that the ancestors had some concerns. Could Yi Futian really pose a threat to them? Yi Futian showed a thoughtful look at this time as he scrutinized the Vajra region lord more closely. Just at that moment, he keenly sensed an aura, but it was not the aura of the Vajra region lord himself. He thought perhaps it was the will of the great emperor. However, these other entities probably had not fully recovered, so there was no way they could use Vajra region lord's full strength. If they were to stage a walk-in like Tianyan the Great, who tried to leverage Wang Zhao's power, it would have been frightening beyond belief. Obviously, these great emperors of the ancient god clans had not yet reached this step. They wanted to be revived by the power of the relics, which meant they did not want to take any risks. Once upon a time, the ancestors of the Futian clan had spoken of something like this. "The old gods," Yi Futian said, his eyes fixed on the Vajra region lord. In the main body of the Vajra region lord, an aura pervaded, and Yi Futian felt that someone was looking at him. "What kind of power did you use before?" The Vajra region lord spat the question out, but Yi Futian knew it was not the Vajra region lord who spoke. It was the old gods that were inside of him. They had noticed the special power of the divine ruler. The divine ruler contained the power of the heavenly path, and that was the reason why it was able to suppress the Vajra divine power. Fallen old gods who tried to reappear in the world, when your divine power is restored, I will still overpower you, Yi Futian said as he looked intently at the Vajra region lord, without responding to his questions. The Vajra region lord merely stared back at Yi Futian. Once, Yi Futian had said the same thing to the ancestor of the Futian clan, but would the fallen old gods be so easily threatened? Now that the great world is open and the gods reappeared in the world, the day I return will be the day of your death, the Vajra region lord said to Yi Futian. His tone was extremely aggressive. Since they had foregone all the niceties, there was no need to pretend. Then I will wait for that day. Yi Futian's eyes swept over the man. Then he walked away and left this place. They both knew that if they were to fight with their lives now, there was no telling who lives or who dies. Therefore, until then, they would continue to cultivate. Chapter 2706 God Statues. In the old Heaven Court ruins, the cultivators from all the worlds were going inside to explore. Many had discovered the relics of the great emperors and came here to comprehend and cultivate. Some people had only noticed the battle that involved Yi Futian, and they didn't pay much attention to it. After all, they were not here to watch him fight. Look there. Yi Futian's eyes moved all the way to the left to an area full of destroyed buildings. Over there was a terrifying divine flame that filled the sky, coloring the sky red. Even though it was so far away, the heat from it could be felt distinctively. It should be the cultivation court of a great emperor, said Taoist monk Mu, who focused on the place, somewhat intrigued. The old Heaven Court, under the rule of the Deva, must have many top cultivators, and there would also be some great emperors among them. It may be a place for the great emperors to cultivate, Yi Futian concurred. I'm going there to cultivate, Taoist monk Mu said. Since he cultivates in the art of flames, this was perfect for him. The ancient god clans, before Yi Futian had a chance to finish speaking, he heard Taoist monk Mu say, "It's fine since they didn't dare to mess with us in the previous battle. And did the palace lord forget about my special ability?" Yi Futian nodded slightly because he did remember. Taoist monk Mu was best at disguising. His ability to conceal was clever and masterful. "Be careful," Yi Futian said. "Palace lord, rest assured, if I encounter any danger, I will extricate myself immediately," replied Taoist monk Mu. He separated from the crowd and moved into the distance. The rest of the cultivators continued with Yi Futian. This was a small world, and it was very expansive inside. Yi Futian moved straight ahead, aiming at that elusive heavenly palace. Before them, the cultivators of the imperial level forces had already gone there, as did the cultivators of the Heaven Realm who was in control of the relics of the old Heaven Court. Over there was the core of the old Heaven Court, and no one knew what was in it. Buzz! Just as they were making haste, an incomparably divine light swept ahead of them, covering the boundless space. Yi Futian and the others looked ahead very carefully and saw that the divine light spilled down above the elusive heavenly palace and covered the entire world. The master of the old Heaven Court. Yi Futian looked there and saw a divine phantom appear between heaven and earth. An unparalleled divine glory was released from the divine phantom above, illuminating this corner of the world. The divine phantom ought to be that of the master of the old Heaven Court, the one who was once the head of the 8 legions. It seemed that Ji Wudao had indeed inherited the will of the old Heaven Court. However, he was restricted when he was outside the gate of the Heaven Court. So he came inside here to draw upon the will from the emperor of the old Heaven Court and was able to release an exceptional divine might. What was more terrifying was that there were several rays of light that lit up under the divine phantom. Each ray was extremely brilliant. It seemed as if each one represented an ancient deity. "Over there!" Supreme Sword Lord stared ahead. His heart palpitated. Aside from them, everyone else who entered the old Heaven Court looked in front with great shock. The magnificence of the gods. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Novel Full. Thanks. When the relics of the gods appeared, countless cultivators had set foot onto this ancient continent. However, the scene in front of them was still the first time that anyone had seen anything like it, and it was simply too marvelous for words. Even the cultivators of the imperial level forces had never seen such an exceptional sight. They had never seen something even close to this in any of the other territories in the 8 legions. The gods had appeared together. Finally, as Futian and the others approached closer, they could see what was ahead. There was another sky stairwell there, but it was more like a divine stairwell that led to the heavenly palace. There were statues in different positions on this sky stairwell, and all these statues were perfectly preserved. At this time, several of the statues lit up with divine light, which contained the will of the great emperor. Below, many cultivators had arrived, including the cultivators of the imperial level forces. They moved forward in the void, but their speed gradually slowed until they eventually stopped. All they did was stare at the shocking scene ahead of them. Above the sky stairwell were the statues of the gods in heaven. Those statues that lit up with the divine light and released the will of the great emperor were the ones that had resonated with the cultivators. They had been awakened. The gods under the throne of the old heaven court emperor. Futian and the others arrived as well. Their pace slowed, and their eyes fixed on the shocking scene in front of them. All of them felt that strong impact by what they had seen. No one could know or verify how powerful the heavenly emperor of the old heaven court was. However, as the first man of the 8 legions, the heavenly emperor might very well be the first person under the heavenly path. How powerful would such an existence be? Under his command, there were many heavenly deities. More importantly, the characteristics of these gods seemed to be particularly obvious. There were the god of the sun, the god of the moon, the god of thunder, the god of rain. These gods all served under the throne of the heavenly emperor, and they were the gods in charge of the world. Usually they would not have been here, but in the other realms with their own cultivators. Unless the heavenly emperor summoned them, they would not show up at the heaven court. How terrifying was the battle of the gods in the days of yore. The heavenly emperor had summoned the gods here to join him in war. However, judging from the situation, this was not the battlefield. Although there were some invaders, the place was not completely destroyed. The heavenly emperor should have led all the gods for the attack, but they had left a trace of their will here. Perhaps they had already realized that this might be a war of apocalyptic scale. The heaven realm of the later generations seems to be in harmony with the old heaven court in ancient times. Why is this so, and how are the two connected? Futian wondered. Could it be that the heavenly emperor did not completely perish in the battle of yesteryear? But he continued to exist in another form and was revived in later generations. Had he created the heaven realm? And the 9-star lords of today in the heaven realm seemed to echo the gods of the old heaven court. Could it be that they were really of the same heritage? There were also the dark court and the Azura, which were said to have some connection with each other as well. Because of this, the cultivators in the heaven realm worked so well with the power inherited from the old heaven court. At this moment, Ji Wudao was standing on the sky stairwell. Behind him, the divine phantom of the heavenly emperor stood between heaven and earth, so that Ji Wudao appeared like a son of heaven. It seemed that Ji Wudao had indeed inherited the will of the heavenly emperor, or else he would be unable to leverage the power here when he was outside of the old heaven court. Now that they were here, this power was getting stronger. Furthermore, he was not the only one here. There were also other top figures in the heaven realm, and several of them were able to communicate with the God's will. Dong Huang Diuen and the others stood in different positions below, letting out a terrifying aura. Some of them had imperial arms in hand that emitted divine might while moving in the direction of the sky stairwell. As I said, old heaven court belongs to the heaven realm. Before, I was being generous. If you continue to act so aggressively, don't blame me for being ruthless, Ji Wudao said, and his words caught Futian's attention. Was Ji Wudao being generous before? And it wasn't because he didn't dare slaughter the lot of them. In any case, the heaven realm was small in size. Even if all the great emperors had reached an agreement not to intervene in the affairs that occurred at this place, Ji Wudao would not dare to kill the top figures of those imperial-level forces or even their heirs. Not just him, but those imperial-level forces would also restrain themselves in their confrontations with one another. I'm afraid the Heaven Realm can't claim the inheritance of the gods in the old Heaven Court as their own, said Dugawushia as he was holding the imperial arms and looked up at the figure high above the sky. Likewise, Ji Wudao looked down at Dugawushia, who was below, and said, "There are 8 legions under the heavenly path, and the heavenly realm controls but one of them, and each of you also controls a place of your own. Even the Ziwei segmentum controls the relics of the Maharaga. Inside those relics, there are also many inheritances of great emperors. Why don't you guys go rob them instead?" In the distance, Yi Futian frowned when he heard this. He raised his head to glance at Ji Wudao. He saw that the other man's gaze also passed over him. Was this a deliberate attempt to use him as a distraction? However, all the cultivators were here for the sake of the old Heaven Court, and no matter how much Ji Wudao wanted to distract them, it was probably unlikely. These principalities would not let this go quickly, especially now that they had seen the statues of the gods. They would not give up the Heaven Court. Of course, this was if Ji Wudao could suppress everyone. Chapter 2707, Making an Example. One after another, divine light emanated from the statues in the void. The will of the great emperor was strong. Each statue represented the existence of a god under the throne of the heavenly emperor. Yi Futian looked over there, laughing to himself. Did they think he was so easy to bully? Deva, the head of the 8 legions, and the heavenly emperor of the old Heaven Court, was not something that the Maharaga tribe could hope to compare with. Although I am in control of the will of the Maharaga, I have gained nothing so far. This place is different. The statues of all the gods are perfect and intact, unlike the relics of the Maharaga, which are all broken remains, and many of them have lost their heritage. Yi Futian continued, "Look at these statues of the gods. They are all preserved by the ancient gods with their own wills, so that they remained intact. Not to mention, there is also the will of the master from the old Heaven Court. What abilities have you inherited?" Since Ji Wudao wanted to use him as a diversion, there was no reason for him to hold back out of sheer politeness. In the land of the 7 realms, the Heaven Realm was the smallest, but even the Heaven Realm considered itself far stronger than the Ziwei segmentum. After all, they were an imperial-level force with a profound history, and their lineup was terrifying. Now, all the cultivators from the Heaven Realm could fight with the wills from the statues of the gods. Compared to defeating all these cultivators from the Heaven Realm, it was far simpler to kill the cultivators from Ziwei Imperial Palace who were here and not in their respective relics. As long as Yi Futian was killed off, the land of the Maharaga relics would have no master and could then be plundered at will. Ji Wudao's eyes swept to Yi Futian again. Before he could speak, a statue beneath Ji Wudao lit up with the divine glory of the great emperor, which instantly attracted everyone's attention. All eyes were now looking towards that direction and saw that the statue was extremely majestic, giving everyone a sense of aggressive dominance. Yi Futian recognized the cultivator who was standing in front of the statue. They had even fought one another once upon a time. It was the Pagoda King, one of the 4 heavenly kings, whose cultivation was most powerful. The instant the divine light erupted, the light of the pagoda swept out from the statue and began merging with him. This god complements his abilities. The cultivators stared at the statue as the will of the great emperor surrounded the body of the Pagoda King. Suddenly, there was a terrifying will of the gods that enveloped the boundless space. Boom! As a glow illuminated outward, everyone sensed a powerful coercion. They looked up and saw a pagoda had appeared, accompanied by a terrifying storm of a hurricane, which gave rise to the pagoda. The pagoda was becoming larger as it expanded with golden divine light that shrouded the sky and the sun. It was suspended above everyone, pressing down upon them with all its might. Likewise, Yi Futian looked up into the firmament and found that he and the cultivators from Ziwei Imperial Palace were underneath the pagoda. This was a direct attack meant for him. wanting to make an example of him to deter cultivators from other imperial-level forces so that they would not dare to act prematurely. The cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace knew the intention behind the action. Behind Yi Futian, Blind Tai levitated into the air. He held the imperial arms. The sky tremor, as an unparalleled figure appeared behind him like a god. Wisps of terrifyingly shocking aura swept out from the hammer itself. Boom! Above the sky came a violent roar like thunder from heaven, shaking everyone's spiritual soul. That gigantic pagoda suddenly moved down as the shadow of the pagoda cast down to suppress everything below and move in on Yi Futian and the others. The terrifying pagoda seemed to swallow up Yi Futian and the others in just an instant. But Blind Tai faced it head-on as the sky tremor in his hand blasted towards the firmament. A destructive divine light penetrated the sky outright and pierced through the divine light that shot out from the pagoda. Below, a devastating storm raged. However, the group of cultivators from Ziwei Segimentum stood there, motionless, unaffected by the storm. Clang! A loud boom came out, and the terrifying imperial arms slammed on the pagoda, blasting the pagoda high into the sky. But it was not broken. A horrific aura poured ceaselessly into the pagoda, fed by those godly statues positioned on the sky stairwell. Buzz! The pagoda was spinning faster and faster, and all 99 levels of the pagoda seemed to have doubled. They slammed down again for the kill. The pagoda turned into a solid entity this time and flew down to imprison Yi Futian and the others. The giant pagoda descended exceptionally rapidly, and the sky above Yi Futian and the others darkened. Blind Tai surged into the sky, waving the sky tremor in his hand. His body merged with the phantom behind him, creating an unbelievable vision. The sky tremor expanded as if it was an imperial arm held by a god from heaven, domineering and threatening. Without any additional frills, the sky tremor slammed at the pagoda above in the sky as golden radiance burst, blocking the downward movement of the pagoda. When the hammer blasted on the pagoda once again, the earth seemed to be split open, and an unparalleled divine light erupted above the firmament. The vast expanse of the small world was violently shaken. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Novel Full. Thanks. However, the cultivators who stood around remained as solidly rooted into the earth as ever. Those who came were top figures, so that they could handle the storm created by the battle calmly. Above the sky stairwell, rays of divine light permeated. The pagoda king was unable to run past Blind Tai, even with the will of the gods. Everyone was surprised when they saw the outcome of the clash. Yi Futian had given the imperial arms he obtained from Tianyan City to Blind Tai. So now, what kind of imperial arms would Yi Futian use for himself? Naturally, everyone believed that Yi Futian must have obtained an even better imperial arms among the relics of the Maharaja, and that was the reason he gave the sky tremor to Blind Tai. The cultivators from the heaven realm frowned as they stood upon the sky stairwell. They understood that the original intention for the pagoda king was to intimidate the cultivators from all sides. However, he was blocked by a cultivator from Ziwei Imperial Palace, and his attack couldn't even get close to Yi Futian. Buzz! At this moment, an even more terrifying aura came from the top of the sky stairwell. In an instant, the sky above was split open, as a storm of destruction was born. Even the pagoda was being covered by it. Black Almighty is making his move. Everyone stared at the area above the sky stairwell. How powerful was the Black Almighty? Previously, he had defeated Feng Ru and battled Di Hao. His combat effectiveness was considerably more horrific. At this moment, the statue behind him also lit up. He who had cultivated to this realm seemed to be merged with the will inside the statue. His figure was gone in a flash, and he then reappeared high in the sky. He was below the dark brewing storm, looking down at the cultivators. The almighty divine swordsmanship was terrifying already in itself, and it contained the power to destroy everything. Not to mention that there were also the wills of the gods from the old heaven court. Every divine light ray from the almighty divine swordsmanship seemed capable of immolating a top existence. The cultivators from every major force looked solemn, and they dared not take the situation lightly. If the Black Almighty were to deal them a fatal blow suddenly, it would pose a great danger to them, so they had to be vigilant at all times. Behind Yi Futian, someone stepped into the void and came above those from Ziwei Imperial Palace. Above his body, an unparalleled sword was swayed upwards. It was the Taishang swordsmanship. The person who walked out was none other than the Supreme Sword Lord himself. A divine sword was suspended in front of the Supreme Sword Lord as the sword Midra, formed by his hands, sailed over the divine sword. Suddenly, the terrifying Supreme Sword will went up against the force, just like the will of the most supreme swordsmanship. Before this, he was just a spectator. When he watched the battle between Black Almighty, Fengru, and Di Hao, he wondered what would happen if he were to make a move. If his Taishang swordsmanship fought the almighty divine swordsmanship, what would be the outcome? Now, this seemed to be a chance for him to find out. However, the Black Almighty was resorting to the power of the gods, and he was leveraging the divine power of the imperial arms. However, as far as swordsmanship was concerned, it was still the almighty divine swordsmanship versus the Taishang swordsmanship. Both of them were compelling figures, near deity existences, and they were now fighting with the power of the great emperors. It was inconceivable just how frightening this battle would be. If they hadn't controlled the ripples from this battle, the wills of these two terrifying swordsmanship were enough to topple this corner of the world. The almighty divine sword and the supreme divine sword collided in the void, and an unparalleled aura of destruction pervaded. It was as if everything was about to be shattered. Nonetheless, the almighty divine sword was unable to break through the defense and unable to invade inside the place where the cultivators of the Ziwei Imperial Palace were located. The two significant cultivators had taken action, but the issue was not solved. Their efforts to make an example out of the Ziwei Imperial Palace seemed to have backfired this time. Chapter 2708. What will you use to fight? Boom! A loud bang was heard as a massive figure came down from the sky stairwell. A statue of a deity behind this person lit up now, and suddenly a ponderous will of the great path erupted in an overbearing manner. This man was the Gaia Star Lord, one of the 9 Star Lords. His strength was incredibly domineering, and he too had resonated with a statue of the deity. More importantly, everyone saw that he was not the only one in front of the statue, as there was also another cultivator. Both men were comprehending the same statue at the same time. Clearly, that statue of the deity was fitting for the cultivation of both men. The strength of the Gaia Star Lord was not considered top-notch. He was only one of the 9 Star Lords. Even so, he was a cultivator in the second tribulation plane, and he had the power of the gods attached to him at the moment, which augmented his combat effectiveness to a great degree. Thus he stepped forward, clearing a path to attack. Buzz! A divine light exploded forth, and Feng Siyuan was seen walking forward. The divine arm, the golden halberd, was in his hand, bursting with a dazzling divine glory from the great emperor. The Gaia Star Lord's eyes sharpened at the sight. Although his realm was higher than that of Feng Siyuan, who could ignore the might of the divine arms. Bang! With a loud bang, an indescribable heavy pressure swept forward, and Feng Siyuan gave a cold huff. A golden divine aurora shot from his eyes as the golden halberd in his hand lanced forward, colliding with the mark of the earth that was blasted down by his opponent. A glow lit up this corner of the sky, and it was obvious that the divine seal contained horrific power. Nonetheless, the seal was penetrated by the imperial arms. Then the Gaia Star Lord gave a great shout, and many marks of the earth seemed to overlap one on top of the other and multiplied into many divine seals. Feng Xiuan's expression remained unchanged, and an even more dazzling divine glory erupted from his person. In front of him, countless golden divine halberds condensed and formed at the same time and slammed forward. The divine glory of the gods cut through the void and split open the souls. "Break for me!" Feng Xiuan shouted, and those multiple marks of the earth collapsed and shattered, repelling the Gaia Star Lord back to his original position. Behind him, an invisible force held him steady and gave him support. "Master!" The Gaia Star Lord couldn't help but feel as if he had been beaten. As one of the 9 Star Lords from the Heaven Realm, he had not just lost, but lost to a youngster. That young cultivator seemed to be one of Yi Futian's disciples. As one of the 9 Star Lords from the Heaven Realm, his defeat by one of Yi Futian's disciples would damage his reputation significantly in the Heaven Realm. Even though Feng Xiuan had the help of the Imperial arms, his realm was lower. On the other hand, the Gaia Star Lord had leveraged the god's will and therefore had no excuses for his defeat. The master of the Gaia Star Lord was the Supreme Heavenly King, who ranked first among all 4 heavenly kings. His offensive power was incredibly aggressive, and his strength was unparalleled. Even the Pagoda King was no comparison to him when they had a showdown, which demonstrated just how tyrannical was the power wielded by the Supreme Heavenly King. At this moment, he took a step forward which caused the Gaia Star Lord to step back. Suddenly, all the cultivators felt an irresistible coercion in the boundless void. The moment the might of the Supreme Heavenly King bloomed, many thought that they could no longer stand steady upon their own legs. The pressure they were experiencing was enough to suffocate them. As the head of the 4 heavenly kings, his status was only second to that of the Black and White Almighties, as he had already proven the realm of near deity. Although there was a considerable gap between him and the 2 almighty beings, anyone in the realm of near deity was standing at the pinnacle of the cultivation world. The minute he walked out, the Ziwei Imperial Palace was under incredible pressure. After all, who could stop the Supreme Heavenly King? The Supreme Sword Lord had already fought. Would Shi Qi Yao from West Imperial Palace fight him with her imperial arms? The other major forces were in no hurry to intervene in this battle. They were not in a rush. Initially, the gathering of these principalities was to lay siege and suppress the cultivators from the Heaven Realm so that they could fight for the old Heaven Court. But now it had evolved into a battle between the Heaven Realm and the Ziwei Imperial Palace, all because of something Ji Wudao said that instigated this new storm of contention. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Novel Full. Thanks. Perhaps the cultivators from the Heaven Realm thought that this battle could be won easily, and that they could use the Ziwei Imperial Palace to set an example for the others. However, they were unable to vanquish those from Ziwei Imperial Palace until now. However, the 2 strongest people in the Heaven Realm had made their moves. If the White Almighty were to step in, there would be no doubts whatsoever about the outcome of this battle. Moreover, there was still Ji Wudao, who had inherited the will of the ancient Heavenly Emperor. If he was to jump in, who could stop him? If that happened, perhaps all the cultivators from the Ziwei segmentum would be wiped out. Even the Supreme Sword Lord was hard-pressed to resist that kind of coercion. However, the Heaven Realm was not just facing the cultivators from Ziwei Imperial Palace. In their opinion, the Ziwei Imperial Palace was the weakest among all the forces, and other Imperial-level forces were lying in wait. Therefore, the Heaven Realm did not dispatch its most powerful aces just yet. But they didn't expect that they would have so much difficulty taking down the cultivators from Ziwei Imperial Palace. They had thought it would not take much time to deal with Ziwei Imperial Palace, which was why they decided to use it as a way to enhance their own reputation. But the whole thing had backfired, and now they were stuck in this deadlock. Could Shi Qi Yao stop the Supreme Heavenly King? Everyone knew that Shi Qi Yao of the West Imperial Palace was part of the ancient god clans, and she carried with her the consciousness of the great emperor. In addition, she also had the Raindrop Divine sword in her possession, which could unleash a powerful force that was no less than those top figures. Yi Futian cast a glance her way, saw that next to him, Shi Qiyao took a step forward, wanting to go out and fight. Currently, in the camp of Ziwei Imperial Palace, no one else could counter near-deity existences. In proving the realm of the Supreme Heavenly King, she was the only one who could contend with him, so it was natural for her to want to get into the fray. However, someone's hand reached out and stopped her. Shi Qiyao looked and saw that Yi Futian still had his eyes on the front, but whispered to her, "I'll go." Since these cultivators wanted to go against him so badly and intended to use Ziwei Imperial Palace to make their own names, he had no choice but to take a stand himself. Yi Futian moved forward and came out from the camp of Ziwei Imperial Palace, and Shi Qiyao watched Yi Futian from behind. She did not doubt Yi Futian's strength, but in her estimation, Yi Futian should be the last one to step out. That was why she wanted to step out herself and take this fight. However, Yi Futian had come out on his own. Above the vast void, the battlefield was filled with an astonishing aura, as the entire small world was shrouded by this horrific atmosphere. Many cultivators from different directions were heading this way. Yi Futian, too, had stepped forward. In the outside world, the confrontations between those top figures were simply shocking. The halo above this legendary figure from the divine prefecture seemed to have dimmed compared to Ji Wudao, Dong Huangdian, and all the other notable figures. But now Yi Futian, the palace lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace, seemed reluctant to stay on the sidelines any longer. In the face of near-deity existences, he was ballsy enough to step forward. The near-deity aura of Supreme Heavenly King pressed down and shrouded Yi Futian. The cultivators in the surrounding area felt a haze hovered above Yi Futian. Dong Huangdian and the others looked at him as well. Yi Futian wanted to fight a near-deity. Supreme Heavenly King looked at Yi Futian, who was below. Just now, Yi Futian's disciple had defeated his disciple. What can you use to fight? The Supreme Heavenly King questioned him as he stood in the sky above. When he spoke, it felt as if the might of heaven had descended and landed upon Yi Futian. At this moment, Yi Futian seemed to be facing a god. To everyone around them, Yi Futian seemed remarkably insignificant. In front of a near deity, one would naturally appear small and inconsequential. Even Ji Wudao and Dong Huangdian would not be able to shake an existence of this caliber without resorting to the power of their inheritance. Ji Wudao had inherited the power of the Heavenly Emperor, and Dong Huangdian had inherited the power of the ancestral dragon. As Supreme Heavenly King said, what did Yi Futian have to fight with a near-deity existence like him? Chapter 2709. Fighting against near-deity cultivators. Raising his head, Yi Futian stared at Supreme Heavenly King, who walked out from the sky stairwell. What would Yi Futian fight him with? You will know once you have a taste of my attacks, Yi Futian replied. Supreme Heavenly King glared at Yi Futian as he took a step forward. At once, a godly might was unleashed from his form, and a bizarre phenomenon took place in the sky. An isolated dimension was formed above the latter's head. A pantheon of gods was looking at the ground condescendingly from a high altitude, releasing the pressure of their might. Every figure of the gods was diffusing an intimidating aura. Echoes of their voices were heard throughout the void as if they were roaring. Many cultivators on the ground felt feeble as they took in the scenery before their eyes. They could feel their hearts pounding frantically in their chests as they thought the might of the gods suppressing them, causing them to feel hopeless and have the urge to prostrate themselves to worship the deities in the sky. The entourage of gods was surrounding the paramount of the 4 heavenly kings in Heaven Realm, Supreme Heavenly King. Yi Futian seemed minuscule within the supreme domain. Although alone, the divine light of the great path flowed around him, with his body as the center. It formed a rule unconstrained by any suppressions of the great paths in the world. Thus he would not fall on his knees and worship the gods. Raising his head, Yi Futian looked into the void where the overwhelming supreme domain extended its influence. He was rooted to the spot and would not incline his body even if the sky were to fall on him. The cultivators at the scene were staring at Yi Futian, who stood unwaveringly in the face of supreme heavenly king, a near deity plane cultivator. A hint of astonishment flashed across their eyes when they noticed the great path domain became a separate entity around Yi Futian's body, as if it was the path of his own. Yi Futian was on his way to become a near deity plane cultivator, and he had arrived before the threshold of the next tier. A deep, rumbling sound came from above Yi Futian's head, whereby a humongous countenance that belonged to a god could be seen in the void. Up there, the phantoms of the gods gathered in a place and directed the gods' might at the enormous face. They would then let out a low-pitched roar toward Yi Futian and turn it into the authority of heaven. Within seconds, a storm hit the entire vast atmosphere of the domain. Upon seeing that, countless cultivators unleashed the force of the great path to defend themselves from the authority of heaven. Even so, a great many of them could not hold their own against the violent storm. Hence, the kind of pressure Yi Futian, who stood at the center of the storm of the great path, was facing was unimaginable. He stood firmly on the same spot. The divine light circulated his entire body without being affected by the surrounding in the slightest. A loud boom filled the air. One sounded like a thunderclap. It impaired the hearing of numerous cultivators, whose spiritual souls were also shaken tremendously. The next moment, a massive palm could be seen falling from the firmament, directed at where Yi Futian stood. It looked like a giant palm of Tiantian that attempted to annihilate everything on the ground underneath the sky. Before the enormous palm reached the land, a loud rumble could be heard from above everyone's head ceaselessly. Meanwhile, cracks began to appear on the ground as the terrifying noise caused by the repercussion of the falling palm was heard. The force of the fast-approaching palm was terrifyingly immense. Supreme Heavenly King, the paramount of the 4 heavenly kings, was known for his domineering demeanor and peerless strength. One of his disciples was even named Gaia Star Lord in Heaven Realm. Knowing just this, one could imagine how mighty he was. Could Yi Futian parry such a powerful attack? Yi Futian's form seemed even smaller in the face of the imminent supreme great palm of Tiantian. It wasn't easy to make out his silhouette as he was covered by the palm. The divine light gleaming around his body helped the others to notice he was still standing. Could he escape from the giant palm span with his celerity? If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Novel Full. Thanks. Whoosh! At that moment, a magnificent storm of rule power blew around Yi Futian. Immediately, a significant number of cultivators turned to look at him. The onlookers saw a breathtaking divine ruler in the middle of the gale. The divine ruler was launched toward the menacing palm falling from the sky. Before they knew it, everyone caught sight of the giant palm being pierced through, and ruptures formed throughout the visible parts of it. Shortly after, the entire supreme great palm shattered as a loud explosion was heard. The intimidating aura disappeared as the storm slowly dissipated. Many cultivators gaped at Yi Futian in bewilderment. Their hearts were pounding like mad as they took in the sight of his silhouette. The supreme great palm of Tiantian was smashed to smithereens by a ruler. Not only did Yi Futian not flee from the spot with his celerity, but he even launched a counterattack. The divine light everyone saw earlier was emitted from the ruler in his hand. He had successfully crushed an attack by near-deity plane cultivators. The power he exhibited earlier was comparable to that of Dong Huang Diyuan, who borrowed the power of the ancestral dragon. Is that an imperial arm? Everyone set their eyes on the weapon in Yi Futian's hand. There was a distinct aura around the divine ruler. However, it was not an imperial arm. It's a divine item, countless cultivators thought to themselves. After scrutinizing, they concluded that it was indeed a divine item, one left behind by God. Although it was not an imperial arm, it was still reasonably powerful. One of the cultivators who entered the shrine of the Karura before furrowed their brows. Back when I went to the ruins of the Karura for cultivation, I had heard of the body of the demonic lord being sealed by the divine ruler, a cultivator announced, staring at the ruler in Yi Futian's hand. Upon hearing that, numerous people's hearts skipped a beat. Still, plenty of cultivators were informed about the fact, especially those at the emperor level. These individuals got to know after exchanging information regarding their respective ruins. To think that the divine ruler that sealed the demonic lord would be in Yi Futian's possession. This was something that happened many years ago. At that time, a group of Devil World's cultivators, who were heading toward brought him to the Maharaga tribe, brought him to the ruin of the demonic lord. After that, the divine ruler was nowhere to be found. The Devil Imperial Palace's cultivators also began their closed-door training. At once, someone turned their eyes to a demonic cultivator who was also among the crowd. Shouldn't the demonic cultivators be well versed about this? A person asked. Even the emperor-level cultivators were very much interested in this topic, so they were focusing on the crowd as well. How powerful would the divine ruler be if it could seal even the likes of the Devil Emperor? This is good stuff. Supreme Heavenly King peered at Yi Futian and commented, if the divine ruler could seal the demonic lord as rumored, it was indeed worthy of the former's time to take a good look at it. Initially, they only launched the attack at Yi Futian to intimidate him. Its purpose was to shift the other cultivators' focus from them so that the former would head toward the ruins of the Maharaga. Yet it never crossed their minds that Yi Futian was carrying the divine ruler that once sealed the demonic lord with him. If that were the bona fide divine ruler, things would get interesting. Hand it over. Supreme Heavenly King commanded and lifted his hand. In a flash, the giant palm of Tianqian could be seen descending from the sky toward the location where Yi Futian stood, attempting to seize the divine ruler from him forcefully. After enlarging the divine ruler, Yi Futian turned to look at the sky as he swung the weapon in his hand toward the giant palm that was fast approaching. And, as expected, the giant palm was broken into pieces upon impact. It could not handle the attack by the divine ruler at all. Almost none of the forces of the Great Path could be unscathed after being hit by it. What a unique force of the Great Path! Someone commented while staring at the divine ruler that filled with unparalleled energy. A spine-chilling aura filled the atmosphere of the domain, following the booming noise. After lifting their heads, everyone saw Supreme Heavenly King chanting runes to form a spell. Simultaneously, the might of the gods gradually became more overwhelming in the sky. Without delay, the gods could be seen levitating at 36 different locations and remained there. Let's get out of here. Most of the crowds retreated, attempting to flee from this blood-curdling domain. However, they realized that they could not leave the domain the 36 gods had covered with their power. The onlookers could only unleash the forces of the Great Path to defend themselves, as they were left without a choice. As Shi Qiao swung her raindrop divine sword, rain fell in the area where the Ziwei Imperial Palace group stood, covering the entire space like the aftermath of an attack. After creating a resonance, the gods in the sky effused a supreme god's might, turning it into a domain that isolated the entire space within from the outside. On the other hand, Supreme Heavenly King remained high up, lowering his head to gaze at Yi Futian condescendingly. He did not stop incanting the runes. The divine sound he produced was brimmed with God's might, which was unbearable to the ears. Yi Futian tossed the divine ruler in his hand upward, and it hovered above his head. All of a sudden, a terrifying domain manifested with his body as the pivot. It began discharging divine light, and countless silhouettes of the rulers sprung up around him. It looked like the number of rulers increased. Swoosh! The divine ruler emitted a brilliant divine light that beamed straight into the sky. Soon it covered the entire domain within. Upon seeing that, the gods unleashed the supreme great palm that caused the whole atmosphere to tremble and directed it at Yi Futian. As Yi Futian spoke, the divine rulers around him broke the dimension barrier and disappeared into thin air. Chapter 2710. The Power of the Divine Ruler. A radiant divine light beamed across the space, and a violent roar followed it. The light of the divine ruler penetrated through the giant palm released by a god. It was as if an unstoppable blade had cut through the latter like a knife through butter. The giant palm of Tianjin was pierced completely by the divine ruler, with countless cultivators witnessing the happening. When the divine light illuminated, every resistance was futile. Not even the supreme great palm could escape the fate from being shattered. The divine ruler levitated in the sky after the giant palm was disintegrated. It encircled Yi Futian as he was in midair. While the enlarged divine ruler remained at a high altitude, the remaining still in the void resonated with it as the central point. What an unbelievable power! The hearts of the onlookers palpitated like crazy as they gaped at the divine ruler. To think that he could crush an attack by a near-deity cultivator in full force. At that time, the remaining divine rulers in the void were brimmed with sword will. It happened because the power of the divine ruler assumed the form of swordsmanship. Bang! At that moment, the divine ruler above Yi Futian's head pointed at the void. As the result of the resonance, the remaining ones directed themselves at the center of the sky. Lifting his head, Yi Futian looked into the heavens. In the blink of an eye, he leaped upward and shot himself above the clouds. With that, multiple rays of the light of the divine ruler broke the dimension barrier and fired at the domain created by the phantoms of the gods. Boom! 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 Countless divine rulers gleamed with divine light as they penetrated the domain. Shortly after, the enlarged divine ruler also drilled through the domain and showed up there. It went on until all of them successfully infiltrated the domain. Yi Futian hovered beside the divine ruler and reached a high altitude. When he lowered his head to stare at Supreme Heavenly King, he looked like an invincible and almighty divine being. It was a spectacular sight to behold. It was comparable to the fight between Donghuang, Diyuan, and Ji Wudao. At that moment, the manner of Yi Futian as he fought against a near-deity, plain cultivator, could hold a candle to Donghuang, Diyuan, and others similar. If one were to nitpick that the former was using the power of the divine ruler, they had to consider the fact that the latter did borrow the power of the ancestral dragon as well. Besides, the fight was not even over yet. Was Yi Futian planning to bring down Supreme Heavenly King, a near-deity cultivator? Supreme Heavenly King raised his head to look at Yi Futian. As it stood, the former did not expect the fight to be this difficult. Indeed, it had never crossed his mind that the latter could take his all-out attack, let alone breaking his domain and getting out of it. This fight had gone out of hand. Not only did he not intimidate anyone, but it seemed like he only helped to show the Knight of Ziwei Imperial Palace cultivators. If they could not wipe the floor with the Ziwei Imperial Palace bunch, they would have a hard time securing the ruins of Old Heaven Court for themselves. Suddenly, a beaming divine light brightened up the entire sky. The divine rulers above Yi Futian's head were gleaming with rays that reached every part of the atmosphere. At once, countless divine rulers circled his body and covered the entire firmament, turning into the divine ruler domain. Clang! Endless divine rulers moved toward the head of Supreme Heavenly King. As the divine light shone, he was overshadowed by it. A faint pressure could be felt from it, though it was unlike the overwhelming one that he released earlier. Yet, it was enough to make him feel threatened. What kind of will is that? Supreme Heavenly King murmured, his brows knitted together. Apart from him, The other cultivators were wondering in bewilderment as to what sort of power Yi Futian wielded. After Yi Futian spoke, the light of divine ruler filled the entire atmosphere from the sky and formed an isolated domain. Supreme Heavenly King felt a fast-approaching destructive force that disregarded distance when all the divine rulers fell from the heavens. Pagoda King and Melody King, who were standing on the sky stairwell, frowned with uneasiness when they took in the sight of it. After all, it was not something unfamiliar to them. They had first-hand experience of how powerful the attack of Yi Futian's swordsmanship, Tianju, was. Yet, at the moment, the divine swordsmanship attack was radiating the light of the divine ruler. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Novel Full. Thanks. As expected, the sight before their eyes was the divine swordsmanship attack created by Yi Futian, Tianju. They noticed numerous swords within the light of the divine ruler. Both the sword and ruler gradually merged into one without any rejection. Immediately after, all of them fell from the sky at a breakneck speed, disregarding the distance in between. Boom! A domain manifested around Supreme Heavenly King. It had a divine feel to it. The god's might within the domain was terrifying. Soon, many gods appeared inside it and waited for their orders. When the divine light of the great path glinted, a spear came into existence in Supreme Heavenly King's hand. It was overflowing with divine power. Endless divine rulers penetrated his domain from the sky. Upon seeing that, he raised the domineering spear in his hand toward the void. Immediately, the supreme god's might filled the air. The pantheon of gods each held a spear in their hands and charged upward. As they did, many terrifyingly destructive divine lights shot toward the sky and caused a violent bang in the atmosphere. The spears broke the barrier into the void and clashed head-on with the divine ruler. The two different wills dissipated upon collision. Bang! A petrifying sound shook the entire atmosphere. Supreme Heavenly King transfigured into a god and carried the spear to break the barrier of space and time. The violent storm stirred by his action caused a crack in the fabric of space itself, as if the sky would be torn open. The strength of his attack was unimaginable. How powerful would the attack of a near-deity cultivator be after being charged up? Cultivators of his tier would rarely exercise close-quarter combat. However, Supreme Heavenly King was unparalleled in strength and had invincible divine power. Rumble. A line began appearing in the sky as an exceptional divine light of the great path shone and rested on Yi Futian. He instantly stretched his hand out and grabbed an enlarged divine ruler. The brilliant light flowed from his body and merged with the divine ruler, turning it into an accurate imperial arm. Countless light shone on Yi Futian's body, transforming his form into something new. It was no longer a physical vessel made of flesh and blood, but the great path itself. After a light of the divine ruler flashed, his silhouette disappeared from everyone's eyes as he flew downward. Two inimitable lights collided with each other and disintegrated all things surrounding them. The sight of it was comparable to doomsday. Even the force of the great path was utterly destroyed, leaving the two of them covered in the divine light. The aftermath of their collision stirred up a great path superstorm that obliterated everything on its path. Still, the onlookers continued to set their eyes above the sky where the clash occurred, the fight between Yi Futian and a near-deity cultivator. With a near-deity cultivation level, Supreme Heavenly King did not borrow the power of the Great Emperor. But of course he would not do so. After all, his opponent was a junior cultivator whose cultivation level was slightly lower than his. Should he win the fight by using the will of the Great Emperor, he would lose his dignity. Clang! Frightening sound of clashing could be heard in the storm. It was the sound of the divine ruler and supreme overlord spear hitting against each other. The people on the sidelines noticed a crack on the domineering spear after the strike against the divine light of the divine ruler. Simultaneously, they heard a crisp sound from the overlord's spear. The spear might be breaking. Chapter 27:11. The Rising of Ziwei. A turquoise beam of light lit up as the divine ruler came down from the sky. As the clicking sound went on, everyone's attention remained on the spot where it originated. The divine ruler did not slow down when the spear supreme, heavenly king, created was split open in half. Eventually, the spear crumbled slowly and was reduced to nothingness. The onlookers' hearts skipped a beat at the sight of a near deity, cultivator's, spear being destroyed, and it belonged to Supreme Heavenly King, who was unrivaled in strength and matchless in his might, to top it all off. As the paramount of heaven realms for heavenly kings, he was known for his authoritative divine power. Additionally, he had powerful disciples like Gaia Star Lord and so on. Yet, no one had expected that Yi Futian could crush Supreme Heavenly King's attack in a head-on battle. Not only did the divine ruler not remain there, but it continued to shoot downward. The divine ruler annihilated everything on its path. Nothing could remain, not even the law power. A silhouette of a sword could be seen within the divine ruler. The sight was created by Yi Futian's heaven-slaying swordsmanship. Supreme Heavenly King pushed his palm upward, which resonated with the gods, creating a divine domain covering a vast space and suppressing the atmosphere. Nevertheless, the divine ruler continued to destroy everything along its way. Even the divine domain suffered the same fate. The intimidating light of the divine ruler traversed the void, pushing Supreme Heavenly King backward. It continued to shoot downward until it hit the ground and formed a massive pit. As a result, the entire area was turned into a complete wasteland. He repelled a near deity, cultivator. Everyone's eyes were set on the fight as they witnessed Supreme Heavenly King being forced back by Yi Futian. Although the former was not defeated, it still did not change that he was driven back. Everyone could hardly believe the sight of Yi Futian warding off a near-deity cultivator in direct confrontation. In other words, Yi Futian already had the strength to defeat a near-deity cultivator. Needless to say, his combat ability had reached the same tier as well. So he could finally be compared with Donghuang Diwen and Ji Wudao. "What a splendid fight!" the crowd murmured. At the same time, many lamented that the manifestation of the ruins of the gods was the beginning of a new era where great individuals would emerge one after another, making history. Ji Wudao, Donghuang Diwen, Dihao Yi Futian, and the likes would replace the current 6 great emperors as prominent figures in the future. Still, who could become the next great emperor following Donghuang the Great? After hundreds of years, the manifestation of the ruins of the gods undoubtedly kicked off another new era. It would be an era of the emergence of a new emperor. The crowds could see Ji Wudao, Donghuang Diwen, and Yi Futian becoming the big guns of a brand new era. Furthermore, several big names still did not show up yet. The remnants of Devil World, the Reapers of the Dark Court, and the likes would also be formidable forces. The entire space became dead silent after Supreme Heavenly King was being fended off. Countless onlookers looked into the void where a white-haired figure could be seen. Then they recalled that Ziwei Imperial Palace had never once suffered defeat up until this point. The battle between the great Sky Lords Black and White Almighty and Supreme Sword Lord ended. The cultivators of Heaven Realm retreated to the sky stairwell and lowered their heads to stare at Yi Futian and the others. Was he trying to display the might of Ziwei Imperial Palace? The onslaught by Heaven Realm's cultivators showed everyone the strength of Ziwei Imperial Palace. Previously, everyone knew Heaven Realm was a powerful force, though small in number. Yet the onlookers witnessed that apart from Heaven Realm, the strength of Ziwei Imperial Palace was in a class of its own as well. Even though Ziwei Imperial Palace made its name in Original Realm by beating back the ancient god clan of Divine Prefecture several times, People generally still regarded it as a force of the ancient God clan level or slightly better. No one had ever thought of it as a force comparable to the Emperor level forces. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Novel Full. Thanks. Yi Futian made everyone realize a fact through this battle. Although they did not have a great emperor among their ranks, Ziwei Imperial Palace, under his leadership, could hold a candle to the other emperor-level forces after being transformed and trained in the ruins of the gods. The might of Yi Futian, the affiliation with Supreme Sword Lord, the alliance with West Imperial Palace, and the forces Ziwei Imperial Palace cultivated, like Four Corner Village and the former Ziwei Imperial Palace, were the assets that formed a rising superpower. All of them had underestimated Ziwei Imperial Palace. It was not an accident that a force not at emperor level like them could seize the ruins of the Maharaga. They were indeed the strongest out there other than the emperor level forces. Besides, the Lost Clan, guarding Ziwei Segmentum, still had not shown up. But they would come to this place one day. Thus, the strength of Ziwei Imperial Palace would only continue to increase. This was the beginning of a great and brand new era. The forces that remained mediocre would be eliminated by natural selection. Still, the rate of Ziwei Imperial Palace's growth was way beyond everyone's expectations. Before they even realized its threat, it had already emerged as a mighty force. The 4 heavenly kings of Heaven Realm is nothing impressive, Yi Futian uttered as he stared at Supreme Heavenly King. His silver hair was ruffled by the wind while standing in the void. The divine light that shone around his body only further enhanced his greatness. Yi Futian had the right to say that because he had just beaten back Supreme Heavenly King. That was to say, none of the 4 heavenly kings could rival him. If anyone could take him down, it would only be the great Sky Lords Black and White Almighty and the successor of Heaven Realm, Ji Wudao. Initially, Yi Futian did not plan to put himself under the spotlight. He was following the crowd and see if they could try their luck in the ruins of the old Heaven Court. Yet the forces of Heaven Realm started a fight and even set their eyes on his group, attempting to use his people to intimidate others by attacking them. In that case, they would have no choice but to face the challenge. The Heaven Realm cultivators faced a dilemma at this moment. They would defeat Ziwei Imperial Palace's forces. After all, they had the statues of Tianqian behind them, so they could lend the power from the statues. Besides, they did not even send out their strongest forces, White Almighty and Ji Wudao, yet. However, their opponents were not just the Ziwei Imperial Palace bunch. Their objective was to intimidate everyone. But if they could win the battle against Ziwei Imperial Palace by relying on White Mighty and Ji Wudao, things would only get ugly should the other powerful cultivators join in the fight. What could Heaven Realm fight them with if that happened? All the other forces were eyeing these 2 forces while watching the fight. They were waiting to see how the battle would play out. Naturally, Supreme Heavenly King realized that as well. Dragging the fight would put them at a disadvantage. At that very moment, the assignment was no longer just winning or losing, but to safeguard the ruins from the other forces. At once, Supreme Heavenly King returned to the sky stairwell and came to a halt before the statue of Tianqian. Upon his arrival, the statue emitted a divine light and surrounded him. The sight of it caused the onlooker's pupils to shrink in stupefaction. Supreme Heavenly King wanted to use the power of Tianqian to defeat Yi Futian. He had lost his interest to continue the battle. At this point, he wanted to crush Ziwei Imperial Palace, making it vanish into thin air with absolute power. Chapter 2712. Who is controlling the gods? How powerful would they be if a near deity cultivator borrowed the power of the statue of Tianqian? Black Almighty Great Sky Lord drew power from it when he fought with Supreme Sword Lord. Even a top-tier cultivator like the latter needed an imperial arm to hold his ground against the former. Now, that supreme heavenly king wanted to extract the power of the statue of Tianshan to fight Yi Futian. How could he contend? An overpowering pressure filled the entire vast space. The statue of Tianshan was gleaming with divine light. In the next moment, a phantom of an ancient Tianshan with a height of approximately over 300 meters manifested. It brimmed with overwhelming divine power. That ancient Tianshan was the one Gaia star Lord had communicated with. Both master and disciple communed with and drew power from the same statue. This being must be a symbol of strength to the gods. An intimidating force suppressed all the cultivators at the scene. Supreme heavenly kings, already frightening, might only further intensified after drawing power from the statue of Tianshan. If nothing went south, there would be no suspense for the result of this battle. When the onlookers turned to look at Yi Futian, they noticed that he vanished into thin air out of the blue. Everyone was frowning with discomposure as they searched for his whereabouts. Soon, their pupils shrunk as they set their eyes on a location. Their hearts skipped a beat when they saw where Yi Futian was. Did he have a screw loose? Yi Futian stood upright on the sky stairwell. Not only did he not retreat, but he even climbed up the sky stairwell. He moved closer toward his opponent in the presence of the power of Tianshan. On second thought, Yi Futian seemed to understand that he would have no place to escape if Supreme Heavenly King were to crush him with the power of Tianshan. Should that be the case, he might as well face it like a man. However, the onlookers were proved wrong about Yi Futian when they saw his body glinting with divine light. Several rays of turquoise light covered the whole atmosphere, including the statue of Tianshan. When the light touched the statue, it penetrated the latter. What is he trying to do? Everyone laid their eyes on Yi Futian, who was on the sky stairwell. Even the heaven realm cultivators were staring at him. However, the gods gazed at him in disdain, assuming he was only a worm looking for his death. Are you tired of living? Supreme Heavenly King emanated his god's might as he glared at the approaching Yi Futian. How dare he get so near to me? As he unleashed his might, an authentic divine power was released from the statue of Tianshan at the same time. Yi Futian felt the pressure instantly from where he stood. He knew that escaping from the reach of gods' might was impossible. Nevertheless, Yi Futian had never planned to flee from there. In the next moment, he expanded his aura until it reached the statue of Tianshan. Meanwhile, his divine consciousness went into the statue as well. There was no hesitation or fear in his eyes as he looked forward at the scene. Raising his head, Yi Futian peered at the phantom of Tianshan, while the latter lowered its eyes to look at the lower plane. Their gazes were met. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Novel Full. Thanks. Rumble. Everyone was stunned when they heard the eerie noise. Many were baffled when they noticed the statue of Tianshan behind Supreme Heavenly King trembled precariously. Supreme Heavenly King furrowed his brows as he sensed something amiss. Soon, colors slowly drained from his face. What in the world was happening? He felt his connection with the statue was gradually becoming weaker. He realized that Yi Futian was not paying attention to him when he turned to gape at the latter, who did not remove his gaze from the phantom of Tianshan in the void. While everyone was glancing at him in bafflement, Yi Futian, his eyes remaining on the statue of Tianshan, announced, "Ancient Tianshan of old heaven court, prudently consider who should be the one to inherit your divine power." Roar. A spine-chilling divine power emanated from the statue of Tianshan, and the tremor further intensified. The hearts of the crowd were pounding like crazy at the sight of it. Was Yi Futian attempting to seize control of the statue? Still, wasn't Yi Futian one step behind? Before his arrival, Supreme Heavenly King had already communicated with the will of the statue, awakening it to draw the divine power of Tianshan from it. Was Yi Futian going to subjugate it the first thing after he came? Was his aptitude in this area that impressive? Yi Futian discharged a mighty divine power around him, though the overwhelming gods might remain. He stood upright without a single wavering, with his eyes laying on the phantom of Tianshan. The force of great path seeped through the statue from his body. He could commune with the divine ruler with his power. Both the divine ruler and the demonic blade could sense the force within him. Therefore, it should come as no surprise that the statue of Tianshan could do the same. The power of the spirit merged with the light of the divine ruler and flooded into the statue. Immediately, he sensed the will of Tianshan and noticed that the ancient Tianshan had sealed itself within the power of the statue. Upon sensing the will, Yi Futian caught sight of a gigantic Tianshan, who stood tall under the sky, possessing peerless strength while holding a bat-leax. Although the wills remained in the statues, they did not leave any imperial arm. Perhaps the ancient Tianshan had brought the imperial arms to the battlefield then. These were the remains, as they might have gone to the war knowing they would never return. Yi Futian's divine power awakened the power within the statue and assimilated it with his. Eventually, Supreme Heavenly King felt like he was expelled from the statue as he slowly lost his connection with it. Boom! The statue of Tianshan stopped quivering after the deep boom was heard. Supreme Heavenly King's hearts palpitated violently. He no longer had his dignified look, but stared at Yi Futian in disbelief. Yi Futian paid him no heed, but looked at the statue of Tianshan behind him and declared, "Ancient Tianshan, I hereby announce that I will inherit your divine power." The statue resonated with Yi Futian right after he spoke. A divine light suddenly covered both of them. Shortly after, the divine power within Yi Futian was stirred up and circulated inside him frantically. A mountainous phantom of Tianshan materialized while the multitude of cultivators looked in astonishment. It appeared to be more massive and gallant than before, as if it was resurrected. Ji Wudao, who remained at the same spot in the sky, could not help but draw in a cold breath. Naturally, he was observing Yi Futian's actions and was greatly confounded. Bang! A deafening sound could be heard when Yi Futian struck his palm forward. Immediately, the enormous phantom of Tianshan released a colossal divine seal and directed it at Supreme Heavenly King. They were only a stone's throw away from one another. Supreme Heavenly King still did not recover from his dazed state. So, he raised his hand to guard himself reflexively, and a violent clash could be heard. Supreme Heavenly King, a near-deity cultivator, was hurled back to a great distance by the overwhelming divine power. Chapter 27:13 Gathering of Prominent Figures. The events occurring before the eyes of the crowd were like a dream. The Supreme Heavenly King wanted to use the power of Tianshan to defeat Yi Futian. It appeared as though this battle was reaching its inevitable conclusion, in which the near-deity plane Supreme Heavenly King would crush Yi Futian. However, the outcome turned out that the Supreme Heavenly King lost to Yi Futian. The power of Tianshan that he relied on was instead stolen by the latter. Right now, Yi Futian stood there, bathed in Tianshan divine halos on the sky stairwell. He was shining with brilliant light. The Supreme Heavenly King coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. His face was pale, but the damage he felt internally was even more intense. The impact of this battle on him was immense. It was not merely as simple as a defeat for him. He had communicated with the ancient will of Tianshan in the golem, and it was compatible with the power he cultivated. However, how did the battle end like this? He did not understand. How did he lose? What went wrong? How did Yi Futian seize the power of Tianshan in the golem? He was not the only one who did not understand. The cultivators present were also baffled. They looked over where Yi Futian stood in astonishment. How did he manage to pull it off? Rumble. A terrifying pressure descended on Yi Futian's figure. In the sky above him, The great Sky Lord's black and white Almighty released intense pressure. It was not just the two of them. At the top of the sky stairwell, Ji Wudao similarly had a gaze as sharp as daggers as he looked down at Yi Futian's silhouette. "How did you do that?" asked Ji Wudao loudly. His voice shook the space like the voice of the Heavenly Emperor. It reverberated throughout the area. The entire independent world trembled due to his voice. It contained truly unparalleled power. This was the Heavenly Emperor, Ji Wudao. He controlled the power of the Heavenly Emperor of the old Heaven Court. He appeared to be the successor of the heavens. Even though Yi Futian now had the power of the ancient Tianqin in the golem, he still felt an overbearing pressure acting on him right now. He raised his head and glanced at the silhouette in the sky. Ji Wudao's cultivation was far more profound than the supreme heavenly king's. The might of the Heavenly Emperor was unfathomable. Moreover, Ji Wudao could better utilize this power than the supreme heavenly king. "Since you can do it, why can't I?" retorted Yi Futian as he raised his chin. Ji Wudao glared at Yi Futian. He was not satisfied with this answer. The teachings of the Heaven Court were compatible with that of House Deva. The current Heaven Court was the rightful successor of the ancient House Deva, which was the head of the 8 legions that served under the heavenly path. In other words, the members of the Heaven Court were the successors of the heavenly path. The members of the Heaven Court were supposed to stand head and shoulders above all the other cultivators. They represented the peak of the cultivation world. Ji Wudao did everything to reclaim the glory that belonged to the Heaven Court. Under his leadership, the Heaven Court would once again stand at the peak of the world and rule over all living beings. They would be in charge of maintaining worldly order. Be it Dong Huang Diyuan Dihao or Yi Futian, they all had to make way for the Heaven Court to regain its reign. Nobody could stop Ji Wudao. He was determined to finish what she had not been able to complete. This was his calling. He was also sure that he could achieve his goal. Ji Wudao looked at the white-haired figure beneath him. Even though he had seen Yi Futian a few times, it seemed like he had always underestimated the latter. Now, this proud son of heaven from the original realm was powerful enough to pose a threat to the Heaven Court. Buzz, right now, a divine halo lit up at the end of the sky stairwell. A domineering divine light enveloped the vast space. The divine light propagated and shielded the sun. In an instant, the entire region of the old Heaven Court was covered by the light. Sensing the overbearing pressure, even the cultivators far away in other places looked up at the sky. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Novel Full. Thanks. A god seemed to have descended upon the region. The phantasm of the old heavenly emperor appeared, and it was blinding. As the divine light rained down, a shocking scene played out in the sky. A scroll painting unfolded in the heavens. The past was reenacted in the scroll. The heavens collapsed, and the ground split open. Endless divine light poured down from the cracks in the sky. The reenactment was a scene from the War of the Gods. In the painting, the Heavenly Emperor summoned all the Tianqins back to the old Heaven Court. All of them gathered at the sky stairwell. Awe-inspiring Tianqin passageways were activated, and each passageway led to a different part of the world. The Heavenly Emperor pointed his sword forward, and all the Tianqins moved under his command. All of them left behind a golem before they embarked on war through the Tianqin passageways. The reenactment was not very clear as it was formed from will. As the scene played out, divine light rained down, and immediately all the golems on the sky stairwell were illuminated. The golems came to life and transformed into ancient Tianqins. The sky stairwell glowed as the ancient Tianqins returned. Even the golem that Yi Futian had resonated with shone with menacing divine halos. Affected by the will of the Heavenly Emperor, it struggled to break free from Yi Futian's control. "He's so strong!" exclaimed the crowd as they looked up at the silhouette of Ji Wudao. All these phenomena were triggered by Ji Wudao. Right now, Ji Wu Dao was like the descendant of the Heavenly Emperor. He was originally the heir of the Heaven Realm. If the current Heaven Realm was considered to have inherited the lineage of the ancient House Deva, then Ji Wu Dao could indeed be considered the successor of the old Heaven Court. Ji Wu Dao looked down at Yi Futian. The sword of the Heavenly Emperor in his hand radiated with divine halos. The might of Tianxin burst forth simultaneously, attempting to kill Yi Futian right there. Bang! A ferocious power burst forth from Yi Futian's figure as he struggled free from the pressure. At the same time, he unleashed celerity, and his figure disappeared from its original position and appeared in another location. Divine light immediately pierced the spot where he stood moments ago. If the attack had landed, Yi Futian would undoubtedly have perished. "The attack is so powerful," commented the crowd as they looked at Ji Wu Dao. At this moment, he appeared invincible. Had he completely inherited the will of the Heavenly Emperor? The divine light covered the vast space as the phantasm of the Heavenly Emperor appeared in the sky and looked down on everyone. Were the cultivators present here really capable of defeating Ji Wu Dao? He was unrivaled in this region. Who could stand against him? Right at this moment, a terrifying aura permeated the space. The divine light in the heavens seemed to retract. This scene caused many people to look out into the distance. Then they saw a demonic cloud churn and roar frenziedly as it headed their way. The demonic cloud appeared to contain powerful demonic might. It was like the will of a demon god and was terrifying. Did someone from Devil Imperial Palace communicate with the will of the demonic lord? Many people secretly thought to themselves. Before this, the cultivators of Devil Imperial Palace had been comprehending the will of the demonic lord in the relic of House Kura. The various cultivators all vaguely knew about this. The top figures of Devil Imperial Palace had been in seclusion for several years and had not been seen. However, now demonic might churned and roared as it surged over. What did the cultivators of Devil Imperial Palace coming out of seclusion signify? High in the sky, the terrifying demonic cloud roared. It formed a gigantic silhouette as though the demonic lord had come in person. Beneath the demonic figure, a group of cultivators appeared. They were the cultivators of Devil Imperial Palace. They stood high in the sky, unafraid of the divine might as they stared ahead. Back during the War of the Gods, the forces of the demonic lord were originally one of the most powerful forces that attacked the heavenly path. It was difficult for the people of today to imagine how powerful the ability of the demonic lord was. He actually dared to defy the heavenly path. He killed the king of House Karura and destroyed the shrine of the Karura. His ability was undoubtedly superior to all the cultivators of House Kura. He might even rival the Heavenly Emperor. Aside from the demonic lord, who else had the most powerful combat ability back then? Some of the figures from back then were not in the relic, but instead had perished in the outside world and lost their lives completely. An example was Xinjia, the great emperor. Back then, he had wanted to battle the heavenly path. He proclaimed that there were originally no paths in the world and wished to fight against the heavens. The current cultivation world could not imagine how frightening the War of the Gods was back in the day. Yu Sheng, Yi Futian cried out as he saw someone in the churning demonic cloud. Yu Sheng was surprisingly standing in the cloud. His temperament seemed to have undergone a considerable change. His entire body was jet black. The demonic aura that circled his body was like demonic armor. His jet-black eyes stirred up fear in the hearts of those who gazed into them. He was extremely domineering. Did Yu Xing inherit the will of the demonic lord? Yi Futian secretly thought. There were so many cultivators in Devil Imperial Palace. Aside from Yu Sheng, there were the top demon sage, Yengi, and the other cultivators. There were many top-tier demonic cultivators who had cultivated in the relic, now that they had come out of seclusion. That meant someone had naturally succeeded in inheriting the will and teachings of the demonic lord. The various cultivators also looked at the members of Devil Imperial Palace who had arrived. This relic of old Heaven Court had become a gathering of prominent figures. The cultivators from various forces had all gathered here. Chapter 2714 Disrespecting the Tianqins. Ji Wudao looked at Yu Sheng. He sensed a dangerous aura emanating from Yu Sheng's body. Ji Wudao inherited the teachings of the Heavenly Emperor. From the looks of it, Yu Sheng had also inherited the teachings of the demonic lord. Yu Sheng glanced at Yi Futian and nodded slightly. The latter immediately understood the meaning behind his gesture and revealed a smile. The two of them had been brothers for years. Even though Yu Sheng did not say it out loud, Yi Futian knew what he was trying to convey. Yi Futian looked at Yu Sheng because he was curious whether the latter had seized control of the will of the demonic lord. Yu Sheng nodded in response, indicating that he had succeeded in doing so. With this achievement, Yu Sheng would most likely not face any more opposition in commanding Devil Imperial Palace and even the entire Devil World. The members of the Devil World advocated strength and prioritized one's cultivation over their lineage. With the teachings of the demonic lord and the support from the Devil Emperor, who would dare defy Yu Sheng. In terms of his status in Devil Imperial Palace, Yu Sheng would be second only to the Devil Emperor. Even though his ability might not be on par with the Devil Emperor yet, he would catch up to him sooner or later. From now on, Yu Sheng's status as the heir of the Devil Emperor was set in stone. There would no longer be any changes to it. Yi Futian firmly believed that Yu Sheng, who had inherited the will of the demonic lord, would become an admirable Devil Emperor in the future. Everyone, are you still reluctant to leave? Right at this moment, a voice sounded. Everyone shifted their gazes away from Yu Sheng and looked at the person who had spoken. He was none other than Ji Wudao, who stood at the sky stairwell. The cultivators did not respond to his question. Instead, they unleashed even stronger auras. One by one, the top cultivators took to the sky with imperial arms in their hands. They intended to go to war with Ji Wudao directly. They were determined to snatch the teachings of the old Heaven Court. The current Heaven Realm was not qualified to make them retreat. Seeing the crowd's reaction, Ji Wudao understood that it was meaningless to say more. Unparalleled divine light shone, and the Heavenly Emperor's figure unleashed peerless divine might. At the same time, the divine light from the golems of Tianqin grew even brighter as their might covered the space. Ji Wudao raised both his hands, and a divine sword appeared in them. It was the sword of the Heavenly Emperor. This sword was destined to rule over the fates of all living things. Everything in the world would succumb to it. Terrifying divine halos directly shot up into the clouds and pierced the heavens. The sword's shadow blocked out the sky and covered this part of the world. All of the cultivators had serious expressions. Even the near-deity cultivators were extremely stern. They unleashed the power of the Great Path to the utmost limit. The imperial arms in their hands emitted divine halos that shone for miles as they prepared to withstand the attack from Ji Wudao's sword of the Heavenly Emperor. Just then, the terrifying demonic cloud churned and roared. Silhouettes of demons seemed to appear in the space. Demonic generals stood guard all around them. From Yu Sheng's figure, an unparalleled aura emanated. It was the will of the demonic lord. Right now, it was as though he had become the demonic lord and was domineering. Behind him, a gigantic silhouette of a demon appeared. It was the phantasm formed from the will of the demonic lord. It gazed down at the world and looked straight at the Heavenly Emperor. Demonic might burst forth from the figures of the cultivators of Devil Imperial Palace. All of it surged towards Yu Sheng. The demonic might on their bodies filled the skies as they merged with the phantasm of the demons, resonating with it as well as Yu Sheng's figure. Divine phenomena appeared in the sky. Tens of thousands of demonic phantasms appeared amongst the phenomena. The demons in the space all rallied to Yu Sheng's call, and their demonic will was his to use. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Novel Full. Thanks. This scene was astonishing. Cultivators as powerful as Yengi were now lending their demonic might to Yu Sheng. At this moment, Yu Sheng's figure was merged with the phantasm of the demonic lord. It was as though the latter was reborn into the world while all living beings prostrated before him. The scene was too shocking as the heavens and the earth were thrown into chaos. The awe-inspiring bizarre phenomena caused the hearts of the crowd to tremble violently. Rumor has it that the demonic lord unified the demons during ancient times. Demons from all around the world pledged allegiance to him. He had unparalleled demonic might that allowed him to command all of them. Some top figures wondered, was the scene they were experiencing now a demonstration of the demonic lord's extraordinary might? The two powers clashed head-on. They were actually on par with each other. Both forces were extremely menacing. The heir of the heavenly emperor and the heir of the demonic lord were in confrontation. Countless people focused their attention on the two of them. At the moment, it was as clear as day to everyone that Yu Sheng had inherited the will of the demonic lord. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to possess such power. In the heavens above, clouds of catastrophe churned. The clouds were charged up with an overbearing, destructive demonic will. The will was akin to the divine power of calamity. It was also similar to the power of the devil abyss. This horrifying power gathered and materialized into a demonic blade. It was the blade used by the demonic lord. The sword of the heavenly emperor was facing off with the blade of the demonic lord. The hearts of the cultivators leapt. This was an epic-making duel. The crowd wondered whether the heavenly emperor and the demonic lord confronted each other before ancient times. Who won and who lost? Sensing the domineering aura emanating by Yu Sheng, Ji Wudao understood that the former had successfully inherited the power of the demonic lord. Moreover, Yu Sheng was not any weaker than him. From the looks of it, Yu Sheng was also a man with great luck, and he would make a worthy opponent for him. When Ji Wudao thought of this, he struck the sword of the heavenly emperor without hesitation. His slash was aimed at Yu Sheng. The slash tore the independent world apart, cleaving it in half. Brilliant light dazzled. Everyone around sensed an irresistible divine might pressing down on them. However, Yu Sheng showed no sign of fear. He made a slash with the blade of the demonic lord, and the sky changed color. His slash similarly split the sky. Demonic clouds churned and roared while the blades shot up into the high heavens. The two weapons glided across space and collided with each other. When the sword and the blade touched, the independent world disintegrated completely. Everything in the heavens and the earth lost its color as catastrophic will swept out and annihilated all existences. "Be careful!" someone shouted. The surrounding cultivators unleashed their strongest power to withstand the storm. Futian did so too. Green divine light shone from his body and enveloped the surrounding region. All the cultivators from Ziwei Imperial Palace were shielded inside the light sphere. The terrifying storm flooded everything. Many people couldn't even look into the eye of the storm clearly. Their divine consciousnesses could not penetrate through the storm as well. Scary rumbling sounds could be heard. It was as though something had exploded. "Everyone, we shall meet again in the future." Amidst the chaos, a calm voice sounded from the eye of the storm. The voice belonged to Ji Wudao, who stood at the top of the sky stairwell. The hearts of many cultivators leapt when they heard his words. Was Ji Wudao retreating? So he decided to give up on the relics of the old heaven court in the end. The storm continued to rampage. The crowd could faintly see a group of people leaving the sky stairwell. At the same time, they witnessed a shocking scene. One by one, the golems collapsed and were destroyed. Intense rumbling sounds could be heard continuously, causing the crowd's hearts to race. When the storm gradually calmed down, the cultivators of the heaven realm had already traversed high into the sky. Divine light poured down, and they left this place without hesitation. The crowd heard the sounds of golems falling into pieces and rolling down the sky stairwell. All the golems were crushed. None of them survived the storm. Only the sky stairwell remained standing. Nobody knew what it was made out of. All the cultivators were stunned as they stared at the broken pieces of golems tumbling down the sky stairwell. They were at a loss for words. The cultivators of the heaven realm had destroyed all the golems before they left. The wills contained in the golems had certainly been eradicated as well. However, who was capable of wrecking all of them? Only one person was capable of doing so. He was none other than Ji Wudao. As many cultivators raised their heads to glare at the leaving silhouettes, they shared the same thought. Ji Wudao disrespected the Tianqians. Even though the Tianqians were their ancestors from the old heaven court, which was the predecessor of the heaven realm, Ji Wudao had no reverence for them at all. If he had even the slightest respect for them, he would not have committed such an atrocious act by destroying all the golems. In Ji Wudao's eyes, the heaven realm did not have any ancestors at all. Since they could not seize control of this place, they would demolish everything without mercy. Chapter 27:15. A Strange Woman. "They have all been destroyed," someone exclaimed. The crowd stared at the divine statues tumbling down from the sky stairwell. Their hearts trembled. They felt that it was such a shame. These were the Tianqian golems. They had been destroyed just like that. The wills of the Tianqians also disappeared without a trace. How did Ji Wudao manage to destroy all of the wills of the Tianqians in the golems? Aside from Ji Wudao, the will of the demonic lord that Yu Sheng obtained was also so powerful. He could go toe-to-toe with Ji Wudao, borrowing the power of the cultivators of Devil Imperial Palace. An unparalleled demonic might burst forth from him. Now, another prominent figure had emerged. However, the crowd did not have time to ponder about this. Their figures flashed as they traversed the sky and frantically rushed towards the sky stairwell. They wanted to see whether the shattered Tianqian golems still contained the wills of the Tianqians. The cultivators from various forces dashed onto the sky stairwell. They flipped over the shattered golems and scanned them with their spiritual wills. They inspected each golem one by one thoroughly. Alas, they discovered that these golems had already returned to being the simplest of statues. Hence, they were shattered, and the wills of the Tianqians no longer resided in them. Yi Futian's group came to the sky stairwell as well. However, he did not inspect the statues. His spiritual will merely swept across them. The various golems on the sky stairwell had all been destroyed by Ji Wudao. As for how he managed to do so, even Yi Futian could not tell. Buzz. Silhouettes dashed up high into the sky towards the peak of the sky stairwell. At the top was a dilapidated heavenly palace. There were originally also Tianqian golems up here. Now they were shattered into pieces as well. A divine statue of the heavenly emperor used to be erected in the center of the palace. However, the statue of the heavenly emperor, the ruler of the old heaven court, was also destroyed. There was not even a trace of rubble left behind. It had been completely wiped off the face of the planet. Ji Wudao sure is decisive, someone commented. The heavenly emperor was the ruler of the old heaven court and the leader of House Deva. He was one of the most powerful figures in the ancient era. The current heaven realm could be considered his descendants. Yet, Ji Wudao destroyed the former statue just as he claimed he would. It might be that Ji Wudao had already inherited the will of the heavenly emperor. Even if he had inherited the latter's will and was his heir, Ji Wudao did not hesitate at all when destroying the divine statue. His decisiveness was apparent from the way he did things. Ji Wudao rarely appeared in the world. Based on what he did here, he was not as agreeable as he appeared. The ancient heavenly palace was in ruins and appeared somewhat dilapidated. There was once a divine aura in this place, but now even that gradually dissipated into nothingness. It was saddening to witness, and the crowd felt that it was such a waste. "There is some writing here," someone cried out in astonishment. Many people looked over where that person was. There was a gigantic pillar where he stood. This divine pillar that towered into the sky was originally a stone pillar that supported the heavenly palace. Now it was broken, but was not completely destroyed. On top of the gigantic, broken stone pillar, someone discovered some writing. There was a line of casually written words. There was even a hint of grace in the casualness of the writing. This caused many people to reveal strange expressions. When they saw the words, their hearts throbbed. "They seem to be left behind by a woman," someone said in a low voice. The calligraphy of the woman bore a sense of elegance in its beauty. The words themselves seemed to be authoritative. Who left behind these writings? Futian also came over and looked at the stone pillar and saw the writing on it. "Today, I was blessed to be able to pay homage to the various gods of the old heaven court and bear witness to their splendor. I also inherited the gods to spread their teachings around the world. This place will remain for the future generations to look up to for many millennia to come." If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Novel Full. Thanks. Futian thought to himself, who is she? She had such a great vision. He was actually impressed. He could not help but have respect for such an ambitious person. This person had visited this place and carved some words here. She intended to follow the wills of the Tiantians and pass down their teachings to the world. She reserved this place for future generations to pass down the teachings. Her words also served as a reminder to all the cultivators who visited the place after her. They were free to inherit the wills of the Tiantians, but they should not destroy or occupy the place. Instead, the cultivators should allow future generations to come here to inherit the wills of the Tiantians. How many people were there in the world who possessed such great ambition? "These words are most likely left behind by her," Supreme Sword Lord said in a low voice. He was as shocked as the others. As the daughter of the Heavenly Emperor, she had certainly visited this place before. However, she had not pocketed everything for herself. Instead, she had left everything intact so that they could be passed down to the generations to come. The blood of the Emperor flowed in her veins, and she was unrivaled. Without her presence, the world lost most of its colors. Futian looked at Supreme Sword Lord. He faintly knew who the person the latter mentioned was. These words seemed to be left behind by a woman. In that case, Supreme Sword Lord must be referring to the daughter of the Emperor of the Heaven Realm. Admiration welled up inside of Futian. He did not know whether such a prominent figure still existed in the world. He wondered whether he would have the opportunity to meet her and witness her glory. Jiwu Dao is most likely her descendant. She was so ambitious, and she desired to let this relic be passed down to future generations. However, Jiwu Dao eradicated this place, Supreme Sword Lord analyzed while frowning. What was Jiwu Dao thinking exactly? How much of her tutelage did he receive and preserve? Not far away from Futian, Donghuang Diwen stood there and stared at the writing on the stone pillar. Her gaze was fixated on it for a long while. "It seems like her descendant has disobeyed her," Dihao from the human realm commented from the side. He was similarly guessing the person's identity who left behind these words. Jiwu Dao was most likely her successor. However, he did not inherit her will. She had such a great vision for the generations to come. Yet Jiwu Dao destroyed all the golems of the Tiantians. He ruined everything here completely, committing an act that was the polar opposite of what she had wished. He defied her vision. Or perhaps she was the one who had changed. Donghuang Diwen mumbled. Dihao was stunned by her words and took a glance at her. Then he watched as Donghuang Diwen turned around and left the stone pillar. He seemed to be deep in thought as he gazed at her leaving figure. From the looks of it, nothing is left here, Dihao concluded as he retracted his gaze from Dong Huangdi. He then looked at Yi Futian and Yu Shang and said, "Congratulations to the both of you." Yi Futian revealed a strange look. He turned around to face Dihao. The two of them were not close. When Dihao went to the ruins of Maharaga before this, he was up to no good. Dihao complimented. The divine ruler can slay all demons. Now that the divine ruler and the will of the demonic lord have each found their successors, there are two more extraordinary figures in this world. He spoke with a sincere tone, as though he was pleased about their achievements. There was even divine light moving around him. He gave off a righteous vibe, causing the people around him to feel very comfortable. Was this head disciple from the human realm genuine with his compliments? "Many thanks," Yi Futian replied calmly. His voice was emotionless and sounded rather stiff. Dihao did not seem to mind it either. However, quite a lot of cultivators around them looked in their direction. Yu Shang received the teachings of the demonic lord, while Yi Futian inherited the divine ruler. Both of them had extraordinary fateful encounters. They were now at the pinnacle of the cultivation world. Moreover, the two of them were allies. The other forces would not dare to simply target them now. Even though some of them coveted the divine ruler, they needed to reconsider whether it was worth it for them to attack Yi Futian now that they had seen Yu Shang's ability. Just now, everyone witnessed how powerful Yu Shang's strike was. Aside from Ji Wudao, who else in this ancient continent could withstand it? Chapter 2716, Divine Stones. "There are writings here, too," a voice cried out in the distance. This caused the cultivators to reveal surprised looks. They looked in the direction of the ruins of the Heavenly Palace. The place where the Heavenly Palace once stood was now a dilapidated ruin. Only broken pillars and crumbled walls remained there. Gigantic rubble was piled up everywhere. The ancient Heavenly Palace seemed to be forever buried underneath this mess. However, someone turned over a boulder and noticed that there were writings on it. Quite a few people were exploring the ruins over there. They discovered that there were indeed many boulders that had writings on them. However, the writings were not left behind by visitors before them. Instead, they were more like writings that were originally carved on the walls of the Heavenly Palace. "There are some here, too," a cultivator reported from another direction. A cultivator speculated. Could they be part of the carvings that were originally on the walls of the Heavenly Palace? Could they be scriptures or martial arts methods? Another person guessed. After all, where they were now was the old heaven court from ancient times. Even though both the buildings and the golems were destroyed, there might still be something left here, right? All the top figures moved towards the boulders and investigated them. They scanned the writings with their divine consciousnesses. However, they did not discover any abnormalities. They merely seemed to be ordinary words. Bang! A loud thud could be heard. Dihao took a step forward, and immediately a terrifying power of the great path enveloped the entire ruins. Everything in the ruins rose into the sky. The stone fragments and the broken walls floated in midair, taking up all the space. There were way too many fragments around. Now, they were all floating due to the powerful spatial will unleashed by Dihao. Because of that, everyone could quickly identify all the stones that had writings on them. Beams of divine light of space were shot out by various cultivators. The fragments that did not have writing on them were shot by the divine light and turned to dust. Only the stones that had writings on them were left floating. If there was anything valuable here, they had most likely been pocketed by Ji Wudao and the cultivators from the Heaven Realm. However, since the cultivators had suspicions about the stones, it was still worth checking them out. They did not have high hopes of making any discoveries. Nevertheless, it was relatively effortless for them to have a closer look at the stones. The crowd looked up at the floating rocks. The runes carved on them were all jumbled up. Many of them were most likely already destroyed. Even if there were anything left behind, it would be incomplete. It would be difficult to find anything. Everyone Have you discovered anything? Di Hao asked the cultivators from various forces. His temperament was extraordinary. He appeared not to mind sharing the relic with everyone as they investigated the mystery behind these writings together. The various cultivators stared over here. Someone said, even if there were mysterious manuscripts and secret techniques left behind by the old heaven court, they most likely have also been lost. It is impossible to reconstruct them. Many people nodded in agreement. They could not find anything either. Even though they had eliminated all the stones without words on them, they still could not find anything out of the ordinary. Responded Di Hao as he nodded his head. However, just then, someone from the crowd suddenly attacked. Countless beams of the divine light of the great path immediately shot over towards the floating stones. Loud rumbling could be heard, and many boulders were shattered into dust. Di Hao turned to look at the person and was just about to speak when the scene before him astonished him. It was not just him. Many others also narrowed their gazes as they stared at the many floating rocks in the sky. Many of them were undamaged. The power of the great path failed to destroy them. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Novel Full. Thanks. What is this? Exclaimed the crowd. The various cultivators stared at the remaining rocks floating in the sky. They discovered that the remaining rocks all had one character on them. The characters did not seem to be related, yet the power of the great path had not eliminated them. What did this mean? It meant that these stones were not ordinary. Di Hao's will shifted, and beams of divine light immediately shot out again and struck these stones. Yet the same scene appeared. Even though the stones were sent flying outwards, they were not shattered. They were extremely sturdy. Just from their hardness, it was apparent that they were not ordinary stones. Di Hao was at the near deity level. Even an attack from him could not shatter these stones. That meant that they could withstand the attacks of near deities. However, why was it that their spiritual wills could not sense any aura coming from these rocks? This resulted in them being overlooked and buried together in the rubble of these ruins. Thus, no one was able to find them. For a moment, everyone was staring at the floating stones. The vast space suddenly fell silent. Many people were floating in the air while many stood at the top of the sky stairwell as they stared ahead. The atmosphere seemed somewhat delicate. These rocks seemed to contain some mystery, Di Hao said in the quiet space. However, his gaze was still directed ahead. He naturally sensed that the atmosphere was off. If these rocks weren't ordinary, they might be treasures left hidden in the old heaven court. Although the various cultivators did not know what these rocks were now, they would certainly want to fight over them. Seeing that no one in the crowd spoke up, Di Hao continued saying, "Everyone, we came here together. Since we all came across these rocks, why don't we retrieve the rocks from where we stand to prevent a bloodbath? Whoever manages to get their hands on them gets to keep them. How about it?" The crowd revealed strange expressions. If they all tried retrieving the rocks from where they stood, it was uncertain who would be able to get their hands on them. However, Di Hao's power of the great path already enveloped these rocks. All he needed to do was shift his will, and he could directly claim them with his power of the great path. The crowd speculated that he had already seized the initiative. Thus he made such a suggestion. "I agree," seconded Dugawuxia, who was from the empty divine realm. He had mastered the path of space and was extremely powerful. If they were to snatch the rocks with the spatial power of the great path, he was confident that he could seize a lot of them. "Is there any difference?" Donghuang Diuan retorted coldly. Even if they agreed to collect the rocks from where they were standing now, the cultivators would likely still attack each other to get more. It was impossible for them to have peace. At this moment, cultivators from various forces, especially the Emperor-level forces, had all unleashed their wills of the great path to envelop some rocks. They would not miss out on such an excellent chance to loot some treasures. At this critical moment, if anyone were to shift their wills first, they would most likely be able to pocket these rocks right away. However, no one dared to hoard all the rocks. They were not capable of doing so. Strands of wills circled the rocks. The wills intensified, and different auras of the great path contended with each other in space. As a result, turbulence of the great path formed, and the rocks kept vibrating. Rumble. Finally, someone took the first step to loot the rocks. Divine light of space wrapped around the rocks, and they disappeared in an instant. The hunt had begun. Terrifying auras burst forth from various directions. Some cultivators used gigantic palms to grab the rocks from across the space, while some cultivators rushed forward to pick up whatever they could. Brilliant green divine light shone from Yi Futian's body. The light enveloped many rocks. He shifted his will, and immediately the rocks disappeared from where they were. No power of the great path could stop him from absorbing the rocks into his life palace. However, Yi Futian was not greedy. He roughly claimed 1/3 of the rocks, still leaving many for the other cultivators. Chapter 27:17. The Mystery of the Divine Stones. In the blink of an eye, the divine stones floating in midair had been swept clean. All of them had been pocketed by various cultivators. Some cultivators released the power of the great path to stop the others from snatching them, but to no avail. "There are none left?" exclaimed someone, before many cultivators could react to the situation. They discovered that the divine stones had all been taken. All of them had disappeared without a trace. Moreover, most of them could not make out who had looted the most divine stones. They only caught a glimpse of the whole process. The moment the divine lights lit up, the divine stones were carved up by various parties. Whoever had better control over the power of space most likely seized the most significant portion of the divine stones. Duga Wuxia seized quite a few. It was the same for Di Hao and Dong Huang. Di Yuan. However, all this was not surprising. There was another person who managed to snatch many divine stones. It was Yi Futian. The gazes of many of the cultivators landed on Yi Futian. Even the giant level figures of the top forces were looking at him. In that instant, an emerald green divine light shone. They saw the divine stones being enveloped by the divine light. They ignored all resistance by the other powers of the great path and disappeared from where they were. Without a doubt, they had been seized by Yi Futian. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Novel Full. Thanks. With the power of the divine ruler, it seemed that anything was possible. "Little friendy, you have taken quite a few, no?" Di Hao asked Yi Futian as he looked at the latter. Yi Futian raised his head and took a glance at Di Hao. He frowned and said, "You took several stones too. The people who are on the ball get what they deserve. Could it be that you have a problem with that?" Di Hao represented the forces of the human realm on their trip here. Currently, in this vast continent of ruins, Yi Futian led the cultivators of Ziwei Segmentum, while Yu Sheng ruled over the cultivators of Devil Imperial Palace. They were not inferior to the forces of the human realm at all. If all of them were to go to war, the forces of the human realm would instead be at a disadvantage. On top of that, there was Yi Qiniao, the Reaper of the Dark Court. She already had a clear stance on who she would side with. "Of course, it is, as you say, the people who are on the ball get what they deserve. I am merely impressed," Di Hao replied with a smile. He glanced at Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. He was well aware that he couldn't attack Yi Futian on this ancient continent. Putting aside Yi Futian's subordinates and his allies, even he had extraordinary abilities. "Since that's the case, farewell," Yi Futian said. He took a last look at the ruin. This old heaven court had nothing valuable left now. Ji Wudao destroyed most of it, while the rest of them snatched whatever remained. The old heaven court had genuinely turned into a ruin. There might still be teachings and treasures left in other relics. However, in this region where the heavenly palace was located, the only things left were wreckage. "Let's go," commanded Yusheng. He also left with the cultivators of Devil, Imperial Palace. In the blink of an eye, the cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace and Devil Imperial Palace had both disappeared from this region. The surrounding cultivators watched as they left. Some of them were tempted to attack Yi Futian, but none dared to put their thoughts into action. Currently, it was too difficult to want to attack Yi Futian. A minor miscalculation in their actions would put them in a life-and-death crisis. After Yi Futian and Yu Sheng left, the other Emperor-level forces gradually dispersed. Their mission this time could be considered a failure. The old Heaven Court had been destroyed by Ji Wudao. All the golems of the Tianqins had crumbled into pieces. Their only spoils were the divine stones. However, nobody knew what secrets were hidden in these stones for now. The value of the stones had yet to be determined. Various forces were eager to return to their bases and decipher the mystery of the divine stones. Yi Futian and his allies returned to the relic of Maharaga. Yu Sheng followed them here too. He then ordered the cultivators of Devil Imperial Palace to leave. First, his relationship with Yi Futian went without saying. However, Yu Sheng knew that many cultivators in Devil Imperial Palace had qualms with Yi Futian, since he took away the divine ruler. Nevertheless, the current Yu Sheng could suppress the cultivators of Devil Imperial Palace to prevent his members from getting into a quarrel with Yi Futian. At the core region of the relic of Maharaga, the cultivators who did not go to the old heaven court with Yi Futian were still training hard. They immersed themselves in their meditation and were not perturbed by anything around them. Yi Futian's group came to one spot. He then waved his hand, and many divine stones immediately appeared simultaneously, floating in the space. On these divine stones, there were no traces of the aura of the Great Path. They seemed to be ordinary rocks. No wonder Ji Wudao had not discovered them. Otherwise, he would have certainly claimed them all as his own before he left. He wouldn't have gone any for others. Even near-deity level cultivators could not break open the divine stones. Yi Futian pondered for a while and then pointed towards a divine stone. Terrifying attacks landed on it, sending it flying outwards. Yet it was still unscathed. Yi Futian did not know what sort of divine item it was. "What secrets do these characters contain?" said Yu Sheng as he stared at the ivine stones floating in midair. The similarity between these divine stones was that each had one character carved on it. However, each character was different. Xing Wok. Yu Sheng read out the character engraved on one of the divine stones as he stared at it. Zong Treasure. Jian Sword. Shou Hand. Kong Space. Each character was different, with no duplicates. Yi Futian also stared at the characters on the divine stones. His divine consciousness enveloped them. An emerald green aura flowed over the various divine stones. He used his most powerful sensory ability to comprehend the mystery behind them. However, he still could not sense the presence of any aura within them. Could it be that these divine stones were merely very durable? Could it be that they had no other uses? However, if that was the case, why were characters engraved on them? "Xing," mumbled Yi Futian as he looked at one of the characters. The power of the Great Path in his body surged towards the divine stone. Emerald green divine halos wrapped around it. Screech. The emerald green divine halo became a mighty power of law. It merged into the character Xing, tracing over it. Then the crowd saw the left side of the character light up and radiate brilliant divine halos. It responded exclaimed the cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace as they narrowed their eyes. Of course, Yi Futian noticed the changes too. His will controlled his power of the Great Path to continue tracing over the right side of the character. Soon, both sides of the character lit up. Under the emerald green divine halo, the character Xing suddenly radiated with unparalleled divine light that expanded outwards. There was an extremely astonishing will emanating from the divine stone. This drew the undivided attention of all of the cultivators. What secrets were contained within this character? Yi Futian had directly opened up the character's secrets with brute force. At the instant the character Xing lit up, countless Xing characters flew out. From the divine stone, they blocked out the sky and their light covered the space. The character left the stone and expanded frenziedly. It became gigantic and covered the sky. After it grew many times larger, to their astonishment, the crowd discovered that an illusory figure had appeared at the center of the gigantic Xing. A person seemed to be sitting cross-legged and cultivating. Chapter 2718 Unraveled. The divine halos emanating from the character Xing widened and flooded Yi Futian. He was immersed in the space encompassed by the character and came face to face with the illusory figure. The illusory figure kept moving, and a miraculous will burst forth. Many other illusory figures were formed in the surrounding space. This is, exclaimed someone. The surrounding cultivators felt their hearts tremble violently. All of them had their eyes fixed on the shocking scene before them. The divine stone remained floating in the sky. After the character, Xing, had been activated, the divine stone emitted a divine light which enveloped Yi Futian's body. It was as though a domain was sealed in the stone, and the character was the key to unsealing it. This looks like a divine technique, someone commented. This might be the way the old heaven court recorded their divine methods. Instead of carving them on the walls, they sealed the methods in the divine stones. One would need to unseal the stones with their power of the Great Path before they could comprehend the methods, analyzed Supreme Sword Lord. In that case, does it mean that each divine stone here represents a unique divine technique of the old heaven court? House Deva was the head of the 8 legions. Under the command of the ancient heavenly emperor, the old heaven court had countless Tianshins. They never lacked divine techniques. Surely they possessed many unusual divine methods. There were innumerable divine stones in the ruins, but it was nothing shocking considering that these were the divine treasures of the old heaven court. We have more than 100 divine stones here, someone stated. This amount might mean nothing to the members of the old heaven court, but was astounding for those who were present here. If all 100 divine stones here contained divine methods in them, it meant that Yi Futian's group was now in possession of more than 100 divine techniques from ancient times. This was undoubtedly sensational news. The divine treasures of the old heaven court were hidden in some rubble. Who would have thought of that? If the cultivators from the heaven realm learned of this, they would most likely rue their loss of the golden opportunity. The rubble was right under their noses, yet they didn't even take a look at it. It's a divine technique, announced Yi Futian as he turned around to look at the crowd. His eyes gleamed with excitement as well. If 10 divine stones corresponded with 100 divine methods, the cultivators of the Ziwei segmentum would never lack divine techniques from now on. Everyone would have access to top-tier methods. They had pills that could aid them in improving their bodies and talents. The relics of the great emperors which they had seized would allow them to continue experiencing transformation. Now they had divine techniques which they would cultivate. The members of the Ziwei segmentum were indeed blessed to have so many cultivation resources. The resources they had were on par with that of Emperor-level forces. The Z-Way segmentum was even better, in some aspects. The only difference between the Z-Way segmentum and Emperor-level forces was that the former did not have a great emperor who could contend with the 6 great emperors in the world currently. Aside from Z-Way Imperial Palace, Yi Futian intended to slowly build up the other forces in the Z-Way segmentum. Over time, those forces would surely become as powerful as the top forces in other worlds. Of course, due to the recent major changes, everything would be different in the future. More and more extraordinary cultivators would emerge. This divine technique is a remarkable movement method. That's why the divine stone in which it is stored has the character Xing engraved. Yi Futian said in a low voice. In that case, the character carved on each divine stone was more than just the key to activate it. It was ALS-0, a label. The character symbolized the type of divine technique that was stored in the stone. Jian, Supreme Sword Lord, looked towards the divine stone with the character Jian carved onto it. If Yi Futian's explanation was valid, then the technique sealed. Inside this character was the swordsmanship created by the Tianqians. A sense of anticipation welled up inside him. Even though he had reached perfection in his Taishang swordsmanship, there were still other top-tier swordsmanships in the world that were worth comprehending. Even if he chose not to cultivate the swordsmanship hidden in the stone, he could still apply its strength in perfecting his technique. Sword Lord, please have a try, Yi Futian said upon noticing the gaze of Supreme Sword Lord. The latter nodded. The next moment, the will of Taishang swordsmanship gushed towards the targeted divine stone. The intense might of Taishang swordsmanship pressed onto the divine stone, causing a faint glow to light upon the character. When the crowd saw this scene, they thought, Supreme Sword Lord's cultivation is more vital than that of Palace Lord. Yet he could not unravel the mystery of the divine stone as zero awfully as the latter. This was perhaps due to the difference in their wills of the great path. Yi Futian had merged the power of the divine ruler in his will. Therefore, he could easily activate a divine stone. Supreme Sword Lord continued to push more of his will into the divine stone. The character grew brighter and brighter, and gradually an unparalleled divine halo of swordsmanship burst forth from it. After that, a domineering divine halo of swordsmanship poured out from the stone. The light emanated a sharp will, causing many cultivators among the crowd to retreat uncontrollably and disperse. Supreme Sword Lord was the only one who remained in his original spot. His gaze was fixed on the character as he immersed himself in this extraordinary sword will. He opened it, someone exclaimed. It is true. Each divine stone contains a divine technique, someone else added. The cultivators of Z-Way Imperial Palace felt their hearts throbbing. Of course, it was the same for the cultivators of the West Imperial Palace. Before this, their speculation was enough to make them very excited. Now the scene before them had proven without a doubt that their guesses were correct. The divine stones contained divine techniques. There were more than 100 divine techniques here. Yi Futian was also somewhat excited. He said to the others, all of you give it a try. See whether you can unlock the divine stones. The crowd nodded their heads and began to try out the divine stones. Yet, no, one managed to succeed after this. Even 2 tribulation plane cultivators could not immediately unlock the divine stones. The divine stone, with the character Xing carved on it, dimmed in Yi Futian's hand. It appeared that without him providing his power of the great path, stone would reseal itself. He did not pay it heed as he looked at the others. It was not the time for him to cultivate now anyways. When he saw that no one managed to unravel the mystery behind the divine stones, Yi Futian frowned slightly. It seemed that these divine stones would not be figured out so easily. It was just that his power was unique and the ability of Supreme Sword Lord was extraordinary. Their great paths were also compatible with the powers within the divine stones. Hence, they had managed to unlock them. Things weren't as simple for the others. Goddess Qiyao, Yi Futian called out to Shi Qiyao. Shi Qiyao shifted her gaze towards him. Yi Futian pointed at a divine stone and said, "Try that one." Shi Qiyao looked at it. The character, Yu, was carved on it. "All right," replied Shi Qiyao as she nodded. She understood Yi Futian's intention. He must have guessed that to unlock the divine stones, the characters on them needed to be compatible with one's cultivation. The divine power of Raindrop Divine Sword surged into her fingers as Qiyao pointed at the divine stone. Immediately, raindrops shot towards it and traced out the character. Gradually, the character lit up with a faint glow. "That's it," said Shi Qiyao as a look of excitement flashed past in her eyes. Not long after, she unraveled the mystery of this divine stone and appeared within its domain. The entire world became a world of rain. She saw the rain god of the past. She felt emotional. This power was very compatible with her cultivation. When Yi Futian saw this scene, he understood something. From the looks of it, they needed to fulfill two important conditions to unlock the secrets of the divine stones. They needed to have a powerful enough great path, and their great path had to be compatible with the divine stones. Only then could they unlock the divine stones and peer into the divine techniques contained within them. Among those present here, Yi Futian, Supreme Sword Lord, and Shi Qiyao were the only three who managed to unlock a divine stone so far. Speaking of which, the majority of the members of the other forces which had seized the divine stones would not be able to activate the stones either. Only very few top figures could decipher the mysteries of the divine stones. Yi Futian wondered, "Can my power unlock all the divine stones?" He looked towards another divine stone. Emerald green divine light shone from his body. Divine power surged out from his life palace and rushed into the stone. A moment later, changes occurred to the stone as it radiated divine halos. "I can," Yi Futian said to himself. Then he attempted to open other divine stones. As the characters on the divine stones lit up one by one, the crowd noticed that Yi Futian could activate all of them. His power of the Great Path seemed to be compatible with everything. This meant that they had access to all 100 divine stones here. They could cultivate the divine techniques sealed in every stone unhindered. However, they would need to trouble Yi Futian in the process. They required his help to unseal the divine stones. Yi Futian stopped trying. He sank deep into his thoughts as he stared at the divine stones. It would take him a long time to sort through the contents of all the divine stones before he could match each stone with a suitable cultivator. However, this was not a sustainable solution. The others would still need to depend on themselves to activate the divine stones in order to cultivate the techniques anytime they wanted. Aside from this, Yi Futian thought of another thing. These divine stones were very valuable. Chapter 2719. A Deal with Donghuang Diuan. Naibo Studio. The forces under Donghuang Imperial Palace occupied the ruins of House Naga. Rumor has it that among the 8 legions, House Naga, which the ancestral dragon ruled, was also mighty. The ancestral dragon was crowned the king of all the demon clans. It was similarly a giant-level figure in ancient times. It used to stand at the peak of the cultivation world. The ruins of House Naga were vast and were surrounded by ancient mountains. The palaces of House Naga could be found among the mountains. Even though they were in a state of dilapidation now, one could still faintly make out how majestic they were in ancient times. Countless skeletons of dragons were left on this land. The skeletons were gigantic and were of different races. House Naga, ruled by the ancestral dragon, consisted of cultivators from all the dragon clans. The house was made up of various dragons, such as purple gold dragons, crimson dragons, and fiery dragons. Every type of dragon was a leading force on its own. One could imagine how prosperous House Naga used to be. At that moment, a figure appeared before a mountain in the territory of the ruins of House Naga. The figure, with white hair and white robes, was none other than Yi Futian. Many cultivators from Donghuang Imperial Palace stared at Yi Futian. They revealed bewildered looks as they wondered what business Yi Futian had here. Right now, Yi Futian was no longer the small fry he used to be. People would pay attention to him wherever he went. No one dared to look down on him. In the past, he could unleash extraordinary power in the Ziwei segmentum with the help of the will of great Emperor Ziwei. However, he couldn't do much and was a nobody once he left the segmentum. His cultivation level back then was even lower than that of Lord Qin. But now very few cultivators in the Seven Realms would claim to be stronger than Yi Futian. A group of cultivators approached him. The group leader was actually Du Yu, one of the direct disciples of Donghuang the Great. Du Yu first came in contact with Yi Futian when the former was still at the peak of the Renhuang Plain. Yi Futian was but a slightly talented cultivator from the lower worlds. Du Yu didn't even take a serious look at him. They had met a few times after that. Du Yu could sense Yi Futian's improvement every time they met. Now the latter had surpassed him. This caused you to have mixed feelings and feel awkward around Yi Futian. However, such was the way of the cultivation world. As the direct disciple of Donghuang the Great, Du Yu used to be the one who led the race. However, Yi Futian had surpassed him now, and their difference would only grow bigger in the future. "What business do you have here?" Du Yu asked coldly. His voice bore a hint of animosity. Even though Yi Futian was more powerful than him now, it did not mean that he had to be courteous with the former. Both of them were on opposing sides. If it weren't because of Donghuang the Great's extraordinary temperament, Yi Futian would have perished long ago. Of course, there was another reason why Du Yu could not stand Yi Futian. The latter's identity as the heir of Emperor Yi Qing had surpassed his own as the direct disciple of Donghuang the Great. Du Yu felt humiliated inside. "Lamb looking for Donghuang de Yuan," replied Yi Futian. He naturally knew that Du Yu could not stand him. However, he did not pay the latter heed. There were few people from Donghuang Imperial Palace in the Divine Prefecture whom he bothered about. Yi Futian had come to find Donghuang de Yuan. Du Yu was already unqualified to talk to him directly. "What business do you have with her?" Du Yu continued asking, ignoring Yi Futian's statement. His tone was blunt and indifferent. Yi Futian glanced at him and said, "You can't call the shots." When Du Yu saw the look Yi Futian gave him, his expression became ugly. A cold light was released from his pupils. They seemed to contain spear-will. Was Yi Futian ridiculing him? With his status, there were very few instances when he could not call the shots. However, Yi Futian had come looking for Donghuang de Yuan. The matter might indeed be something that he could not make the decision. With Yi Futian's current status, he would naturally not come over for ordinary matters. It might be related to the relics or the teachings of the great emperors. Du Yu still stared at Yi Futian, not intending to send word of the latter's arrival. Yi Futian shifted his gaze and ignored him. He shouted out loud, "Donghuang de Yuan!" His voice reverberated throughout the relic, shaking the space. Du Yu's facial expression immediately tuned cold. His spear will became ferocious. Yi Futian did not look at him. Instead, he said in a cold and indifferent tone, "You are no match for me." This humiliating statement caused Du Yu's face to turn very ugly. However, he had no comeback for what Yi Futian said. There were only a handful of people in Donghuang Imperial Palace who were a match for Yi Futian. At the very least, Di was not one of them. In the distance, a brilliant divine light shone. Then, a group of figures appeared in the sky. Dong Huang Diyuan stood at the very front. Her beauty was unparalleled. She stared at Yi Futian with her beautiful eyes. Her expression was emotionless, and she did not speak. "Princess Dong Huang, why don't we make a deal?" suggested Yi Futian. "What sort of deal?" asked Dong Huang Diyuan. "Believe that you managed to get your hands on several divine stones. I also believe that you have managed to comprehend the mystery behind them," said Yi Futian. Dong Huang Diyuan remained silent and did not respond. It was the same as acknowledging his words. Dong Huang Imperial Palace had, indeed, comprehended the mystery of the divine stones. However, they had not unlocked many of them so far. Each divine stone contains a divine technique of the old heaven court. They are priceless and can be passed down for generations for cultivation, Yi Futian said as he looked at Dong Huang Diyuan. "I do not need to elaborate on how valuable a divine stone is. You also understand this, Princess. Dong Huang, I came here today to make a deal with you. I wish to trade the divine stones for something." Dong Huang Diyuan still did not respond. She merely looked down at Yi Futian. Seeing that she did not respond, Yi Futian thought to himself that she was truly an ice queen. He then continued, "I want the skeleton of a dragon god with its will intact." "You are greedy," Dong Huang Diyuan said as she glanced at Yi Futian. "The corpse of a dragon god is the body of a demon monarch from ancient times. On top of that, you want its will intact. How many divine stones are you offering in exchange?" "How about 3?" offered Yi Futian. "That is not enough," replied Dong Huang Diyuan in a cold tone. "How many do you want?" bargained Yi Futian. He wanted the corpse of a dragon god and its will primarily to aid the demons of Demon God Mountain in their cultivation. The divine dragons especially needed it. Before this, he had obtained the skeleton of Demon Monarch Karura to help the cultivators of Sky Demon Court in their cultivation. Now, if he could get his hands on another dragon god skeleton, it would be even better. Even the other cultivators would benefit if they successfully comprehended the will of a dragon god. He had checked through the divine stones he possessed before. Some of them with similar divine techniques could be used as bargaining chips. 30 divine stones, Dong Huang Diyuan said as she stared at Yi Futian. Hadn't Yi Futian obtained quite a number of them? Dong Huang Diyuan, what you ask for is practically daylight robbery. Where is your sincerity? Yi Futian mocked with a smile. Behind Dong Huang Diyuan were many top figures. Formless pressure emanated from them. However, they could not affect the current Yi Futian. Even the might of the near-deity level cultivators did not affect him. 30 divine stones meant 30 types of divine techniques. This was equivalent to the heritage possessed by an emperor-level force. Even if Dong Huang Diyuan could not unlock the divine stones, Dong Huang the Great would undoubtedly be able to do so. This woman was truly greedy. "To offer you 1 purple gold dragon god corpse plus dragon blood from a crimson dragon god that serves to baptize and train one's body," said Dong Huang Diyuan as she continued to lay out her bargaining chips. This actually drew Yi Futian's attention. The corpse of a purple gold dragon god and dragon blood. From the looks of it, Dong Huang Imperial Palace had reaped considerable benefits in the relic of House Naga. 10 divine stones, said Yi Futian as he stared at Dong Huang Diyuan. The 2 fated enemies were now bargaining. Dong Huang Diyuan continued, "Dragon blood can be used to baptize and train the body. The strength of the flesh of the members of House Naga in ancient times is unimaginable by current day standards. This is the blood of a dragon god and a crimson dragon. Its blood can be reused over and over again. You'd better think carefully. The divine techniques in the divine stones can also be passed down for generations," Yi Futian retorted. 20 divine stones is the most I can stomach. If Princess Dongwang does not agree, then just pretend that I was never here. Be on your way then, said Dong Huang Diyuan indifferently. She then immediately turned around and prepared to leave. Yi Futian was stunned. Did this woman need to act so cold and arrogant? Deal, said Yi Futian, accepting Dong Huang Diyuan's offer. Currently, in terms of value, the 30 divine stones were worth more. However, if he could use the corpse of the dragon god and the dragon blood to concoct elixirs and baptize generations to come, Yi Futian believed that this deal was still worth it. These 30 divine stones could be replaced. They were not that important. Most importantly, what she offered was what he needed most. Hence, Yi Futian agreed. It was certainly the same for Dong Huang Diyuan. She had a greater need for the divine stones. Hence, she had offered the corpse of the purple gold dragon god as well as the dragon blood. She wanted to establish a higher price so that Yi Futian would need to exchange even more divine stones. Dong Huang Imperial Palace needed more divine stones. Dong Huang Diyuan turned around and gave Yi Futian a look. They had reached an agreement. This deal was sealed very smoothly. Both sides were top figures of the cultivation world. They did not need to cheat to get what they wanted. Yi Futian left, taking with him the dragon corpse and the dragon blood. He still had a lot to do after this. Chapter 2720. Fetching people over. After Yi Futian returned to the ruins of the Maharaga, he called a meeting of all the cultivators from Ziwei Imperial Palace and West Imperial Palace. They gathered together and looked toward Yi Futian. Yi Futian had become the leader of this group of people. Those from Ziwei Imperial Palace naturally followed his orders, while the head of the West Imperial Palace, Shi Qiyao, was also willing to work with him. The alliance decided on Yi Futian as their leader. Yi Futian looked at the gathered crowd and announced, "My purpose for calling all of you is to discuss a matter. The gods' continent has appeared, and divine relics have been excavated one after another. This continent has also been expanding, and its antiquated essence has spread to all corners of the original realm. Hence, in the future, this place will no longer be just historical remains, but the first and greatest continent in the original realm." The people nodded upon hearing Yi Futian's words. These few years they had all been busy fighting over possession of the relics and with cultivation. They had not thought much in detail about other things, but clearly Yi Futian had already taken all these things into consideration. The land of the original realm, the former 3,000 realms of the Great Path, was no longer regarded as significant. Later on, the original realm changed, and many ancient lost continents appeared. They were then occupied by different forces, with the strongest among them being Ziwei, Segmentum. But now, with the appearance of this divine continent from the past, from now on, this continent would become the main piece of land of the original realm, not only from the original realm, but also cultivators from the divine prefecture, the demon realm, and all the other 7 realms would also gather here on this continent, which would make it the continent that had the most significant number of relics, the strongest cultivators, and the most powerful. Looking at its current state, it was just historical remains. But in the future, with all the powerful forces making their bases here, this ancient lost continent would no longer be barren. It would be the center of the entire world. Currently, we are the occupants of this historical land, so of course we will turn this area into our fortress, Yi Futian continued. I intend to build a place here similar to Ziwei Imperial Palace, and then create a linkway between here and Ziwei Segmentum. What do you think? We are agreeable, and not only us, but all the great forces will also naturally want to be part of this. Shi Qiyao was the first to respond. This was a divine continent from ancient times they were talking about, and there should be no doubts that it should become the center of the original realm. The other cultivators, too, nodded their heads one by one in approval. The remaining cultivators in Ziwei Imperial Palace and West Imperial Palace have not been here to enjoy the resources yet, and they ought to be brought over in the future. Since everyone agrees, we shall start work immediately, Yi Futian announced. We will also construct the space teleportation grand matrix at the same time and link here and Z-Way segmentum together. However, West Imperial Palace is in Divine Prefecture, so we will need to think of another method. As West Imperial Palace was in Divine Prefecture, unlike with Z-Way segmentum, it was not possible to link up with it through the space teleportation grand matrix. In that case, what should this place be called in the future? Supreme Sword Lord asked, smiling. It would be developed with the combined forces of Z-Way Imperial Palace and West Imperial Palace, and would be considered an alliance. People from both sides would all relocate here to cultivate. Besides that, regarding Z-Way Imperial Palace, the cultivators from the Lost Clan also had to be here, and by then it would be the alliance of 3 great powers instead. How about Futian Palace? Shi Qiyao laughingly suggested. Yi Futian shook his head in disagreement. This name certainly did not sound nice. Z-Way Imperial Palace, West Imperial Palace, Lost Clan, Old Continent, Maharaga Tribe. Yi Futian thought to himself. He was also thinking, but likewise could not come up with anything good at that moment. Let's have it built first before deciding on a name. Yi Futian grinned. Who do you think is suitable to take charge of this project? Can do it. Shi Qiyao readily volunteered herself. All right. Yi Futian nodded at Shi Qiyao. Thanks for taking up the responsibility, Goddess Qiyao. It's what I should do as part of my duty. Moreover, you still have so many other matters to attend to, Shi Qiyao replied with a smile. Yi Futian nodded and looked toward the cultivators from Z-Way Imperial Palace. Everyone from Z-Way Imperial Palace also needs to follow Goddess Qiyao's instructions. This place will become the most significant cultivation training base in the future, and we will need to consider its defense capabilities. We might need help from Matrix Palace. Within the Divine Stones exists a matrix spell and contains a divine matrix. As it's a sword matrix, I would also like to invite Sword Lord to study it with me. Yes, Your Highness. The cultivators all nodded in obedience. They naturally would not go against Yi Futian's wishes, being from Z-Way Imperial Palace. No problem. Supreme Sword Lord nodded as well. His cultivation here had brought him much gain. While the imperial arms were already a great treasure that increased his powers, he could also learn from the relics of the great emperor, and now he could even learn new swordsmanship and divine technique. Even without these, studying the swordsmanship divine matrix alone also had its benefits. Wuqin, Yaya, swordmaster, you guys also come with me, Yi Futian said to the 3 swordsmen. The trio nodded in agreement, and after that, both sides parted ways to commence their respective work. Yi Futian's side started studying the sword matrix, while Shi Qiyao's side started constructing the cultivation training base. Those who had no duties assigned continued cultivating. Everybody got busy with their own matters. Outside the realm, the cultivators from other worlds worked hard on their cultivations. Currently, rumors were going around that a few of the Emperor-level cultivators had acquired many divine stones when they were previously at the Old Heaven Court. These divine stones contain divine techniques from the Old Heaven Court, and all the big shots were now trying to study and decipher them. It was also rumored that Yi Futian had acquired the most stones. Furthermore, he had also acquired the divine ruler that had suppressed the demonic lord. These rumors led to many people keeping their eyes on the ruins of the Maharaga, where the cultivators from Z-Way Imperial Palace were presently at. However, unlike in the past, no one dared to enter the ruins of the Maharaga casually and risk going up against Yi Futian. As time passed little by little, the divine light released from the divine continents had spread to cover the entire boundless space, including even Z-Way segmentum. It was as if Z-Way segmentum was also part of the upper skies over the divine continents. The other lost continents, discovered in the original realm, were also shrouded within the divine light. All these greatly influenced the original realm, and everyone knew it. This piece of land had become something completely different. At present, all the cultivators in Ziwe Segmentum were working hard on their cultivations. They had sensed the changes in the world. As more and more powerful cultivators appeared in the world, so it was too at Ziwe Imperial Palace. Within the Imperial Palace, many people were cultivating. They would look up at the continent within the skies occasionally. It was as if it was the Milky Way, running through the whole original realm from top to bottom. Buzz! Just then, a beam of divine light suddenly appeared within Ziwe Imperial Palace. It had come from the skies, landing within the palace, and it was dazzling. Following that, a group of cultivators stepped out from within the divine light, and at their head was Futian. His Highness has returned. The cultivators in Ziwe Imperial Palace all lifted their heads simultaneously and looked toward the side. The message echoed through the palace, and all the strong men came out. The cultivators stopped their cultivations and fixed their eyes upon the figure of Futian. "Greetings, Your Highness." A voice cried out, and more followed in unison until the whole palace was filled with them. Futian had long been the totem of Ziwe Imperial Palace, especially more so because he was from Heavenly Mandate Academy. To them, Futian was a legend. "You all have waited long," Futian started speaking. The divine light around him was shining ever so brightly, causing everyone to guess that Futian had undergone a metamorphosis. They wondered exactly how high was the current cultivation level of their palace lord. "The space teleportation grand matrix has been built, and now I can bring all of you over to the divine relics to cultivate. Those who wish to go, please get ready, and we will set off soon after." All at once, everyone became excited after hearing what Futian said. Would they soon be getting the opportunity to go to the divine relics to cultivate? What was it like over there? All these years, they had been full of imagination, but as Futian had not returned, they did not dare to act recklessly but remained to guard the palace. Although one needed to have the luck to go to the divine relics, they were also fraught with danger, and preparations had to be made before they could go over. They had absolute trust in Futian. "Yes, Your Highness." The cultivators in Ziwe Imperial Palace answered in unison. Futian's body flashed, and he vanished from where he was standing. He visited the Lost Clan and then the elders in the Imperial Palace. Futian arrived at the area where Emperor Xia was cultivating. Emperor Xia was currently engaged in a game of chess with the former imperial advisor of Dali, Qi Xiangang. They were once rivals, with Qi Xiangang being the subordinate of Emperor Li, but now they had become good friends. They had already seen Futian's arriving much earlier on, but did not display any signs of noticing. Even when Futian approached them, Emperor Xia continued to ignore him. "Master, Mr. Xia!" Futian resorted to shouting. "You're back." Qi Xiangang smiled in reply. "Yep." Futian nodded. "Everything is in place, and I would like to take you there to have a look. Many divine relics have appeared in the God's continent, and one can faintly imagine how things would have been like in the Yuangu era." "Sure, I would like to go." Qi Xiangang nodded approvingly. Naturally, Emperor Xia desired to go, although he did not say a word. For a cultivator, going to the God's continent was a dream they all had. "Qingyuan." Futian saw Xia Qingyuan walking towards them. He took out a lotus flower and handed it to her. He explained, "This lotus contains the will of the great emperor, suitable for you to cultivate with. You can communicate with the will of the elders in the lotus." As he finished talking, a brilliant divine light flew toward Xia Qingyuan. She stretched out her hand and caught the lotus flower that landed on her palm. "Thank you," Xia Qingyuan uttered in a low voice. "Master, Mr. Xia, you too get ready as well, and we will depart in a bit. I will go visit the other elders." Futian did not stay long and soon left to notify the others. Even though everyone already knew about this matter, it was still basic courtesy to inform the elders about it in person. Chapter 27-21 Yi Imperial Palace. There was now a palace complex constructed within the vast expanses of the mountainous ruins of the Maharaga, and the palaces acted as a link between the mountains. In the core region of the ruins was a divine door, while the imperial palace above it was even more magnificent. Looking at how spectacular and grand it was akin to a divine palace. After all, it had been built for the important people. Ziwei Imperial Palace had 5 grand palaces, while West Imperial Palace and the Lost Clan also had core powers, so they needed a large territory. Therefore, Shi Qiyao made full use of every bit of land available in the bid to turn the region into a palace complex. She had certainly done a great job, as it was well planned. The original lord of West Imperial Palace brought many cultivators from the palace over to help out. Shi Qiyao had even neglected her own cultivation in those days, as she spent most of her time working to turn the ruins into something grand, enough to be compared to the imperial palaces. Shi Qiyao viewed the areas containing the relics of the great emperor as core areas and had them fenced. When Yi Futian brought cultivators from Ziwei Imperial Palace to the area, it was not yet fully completed, but they were still stunned by the scale of the construction. Of course, they were aware that this place was newly constructed and the continent was once a barren land. However, Yi Futian had plans to turn this area into the second Ziwei Imperial Palace. Furthermore, the fact that Yi Futian had already constructed an imperial palace here and brought them over meant that they had already taken a firm hold of this continent. Just how strong Yi Futian was now. "Come, I'll bring you guys to see the relics of the great emperor," Yi Futian offered. This group of people who came with him consisted of those of importance in Ziwei Imperial Palace and those who were close to him. There would be more coming subsequently. There was no rush, as the linkway was already up and running. Sure. Everyone nodded their heads in anticipation. Even Emperor Xia, who had always given the cold shoulder to Yi Futian, also moved his legs forward obediently, although he still could not be bothered to interact with Yi Futian. No one did not desire to see and study the relics of the great emperor for themselves. Moreover, there were relics of the great emperor, but there was also the gods' continent, the former battlefield of the gods in the past. And according to Yi Futian's bragging, this place also formerly belonged to the Maharaga tribe, which was one of the Heavenly Path's 8 legions. I never thought that I would be able to see the relics of the gods' continent during this lifetime. Lord Taishan was immensely moved. Previously at the 9 Realms, he had also been an impressive character, but later on, as things kept changing in the original realm, eventually he was no longer able to keep up with the pace. Although he was still mighty, he was no longer considered significant when judged against the standards of the present original realm. Of course, if he were among normal humans in the world, he would still be regarded as exceptionally strong. Now, though, he was with Yi Futian and Yi Futian's friends, and foes were all exceptional characters. Lord Taishan, along with his companions, all felt themselves to be old guards and unable to compete with the leading cultivators from the newer generations any longer. It had been previously impossible for them to have a chance to come to the gods' continent and see the relics for themselves, so Yi Futian bringing them here now was like looking at a changing of the guards. The other cultivators from the former 9 realms all gently nodded their heads. They, too, felt the same way as Lord Taishan. They had been cultivating Taichu's power at Ziwei Imperial Palace and underwent a metamorphosis that gave them extraordinary prowess. Now being here, perhaps they would have the chance to improve even further and be of some use in the future despite their old age. Above that palace, high in the skies, was a divine sword that controlled all the other swords. Buzz! Just then, the lights went out, and the dangling sword suddenly vanished into thin air. The divine sword, too, disappeared into the darkness, leaving no traces behind. A few shadowy figures appeared in that area. They consisted of Yi Futian, Supreme Sword Lord, Yi Wuqian, and others. They went down to the crowd of people. The formation of swords had been completed and would form the defense of the palace complex. As such, even if Yi Futian were not around, if and when anyone wanted to break in, they would not be able to get past the sword formation. It could even kill the person who tried to break in. "I's done," Yi Futian announced as he landed on the sky stairwell. Everyone smiled. Shi Qiao grinned. "Using the divine sword as part of the formation, where we should be the first to finish building the palace." "Yup." Yi Futian nodded while looking at Shi Qiao. "It's all thanks to you." Everyone helped. Shi Qiao smiled. "It's time to name this place." "Name, huh?" Yi Futian's head ached a little. Looking at the 3 highest placed palaces, he knew that the highest one was for him and the important people in Ziwei Imperial Palace, while the lower 2 at the right and left sides were for West Imperial Palace and the Lost Clan. To want to name this palace as Yi Imperial Palace, but it might not be the right time to do so yet. Shi Qiao had this dream. The cultivators were stunned. Yi Imperial Palace. "How about we temporarily name it such for now, and only announce it to the world in the future?" Supreme Sword Lord suggested. "That's fine." Everyone nodded their heads and looked at the handsome face of Yi Futian. Yi Futian stood there and looked one by one at the faces staring at him. He could see the anticipation in each person's eyes. They hoped that he would become the emperor of Yi Imperial Palace one day. Thus, it would be appropriate to name this palace Yi Imperial Palace. It was the hopes of everyone there. Seeing what they hoped for, Yi Futian answered, "Okay, let's name it this way for now, but we'll not announce it to the outside world. If I don't manage to become an emperor, it would be too embarrassing." Everyone laughed at Yi Futian's words. Within the laughter, there seemed to lay their hopes for the future. Chapter 27-22. After 10 years. 10 years had passed since the gods' continent first appeared, and the once barren land had been completely transformed. The passageway that linked other realms to this continent had also been opened for the same length of time, and cultivators from each realm had made their way over in troves. The enlargement of the continent also made it possible for countless more cultivators to be there. At that time, Emperor-level cultivators had occupied the ruins where the Heavenly Path 8 legions had been previously and divided their respective territories, using the ruins as the center. For example, the cultivators from the Divine Prefecture used the Naga ruins, one as the center point of their cultivation, while those from Devil World used the ruins of the Karura. Not only that, but the cultivators had also built imperial palaces within their respective regions. Many tall, imposing palaces stood on this ancient continent. In addition, when the strongest forces from every realm occupied any ruins, they also started to construct their bases, resulting in the once barren continent turning into a flourishing and vibrant area now. In particular, where the 8 legions were situated, one could see numerous city walls and moats. They were impressive in appearance and a stark contrast to how the place had been before. The cultivators who came to the gods' continent were all pioneers. Just that. This time around, the pioneers were all powerful cultivators from every realm, and they could transform this piece of land in the fastest time possible. The cultivators in the land were also undergoing continual transformations. It was not rare to see clouds of tribulation rolling above the skies in recent years. Previously, it was extremely rare to see cultivators passing through tribulations, but on this continent it happened frequently. Some passed the first tribulation, others the second, but no one gave the third. The divine tribulations came in threes, and passing all 3 would make one a god on the emperor level. Yet, even with all the changes taking place in the world today, it was still difficult to pass all 3. Of course, with cultivators from every realm training together on the same land, fights over the relics would still occur and there would be clashes. Especially when cultivators from different realms clashed, a chain reaction would often occur, causing massive disturbances. Fights and battles were happening all the time on this ancient continent. Conflicts of all kinds were never-ending, and some ended up victorious, while others were thoroughly defeated. The survival of the fittest was constantly showcased. In addition, even till now, there were still highly mysterious relics on this land that had yet had their mysteries cracked, attracting many cultivators to head there to probe. Alas, many extremely powerful cultivators ended up dying in those relics. The especially dangerous relics were even termed Forbidden Zone of the Gods by the cultivators of the land. No one knew what events had occurred before in those forbidden areas, but it was inevitable that there had to be beings on the Emperor level there in other forms. Otherwise, there was no reason they would be so dangerous as to cause many top-level cultivators to lose their lives there. Yi Imperial Palace, which was previously the ruins of the Maharaja, had evolved into an impressive palace complex. Meanwhile, cultivators from Ziwei Imperial Palace came over continuously to train in this palace complex that encircled mountains, and many also went outside to explore. What's more, Yi Futian and company had also opened another linkway that linked to Ziwei Segmentum, allowing those from Ziwei Segmentum to come to this land to cultivate also. However, as they were not part of Ziwei Imperial Palace, they were not allowed to use the cultivation resources from Yi Imperial Palace. Yi Futian only allowed them to visit the ancient continent like other cultivators from the other realms. As for how far they could progress or how they would turn out, Yi Futian was not responsible for that. It was up to that person's destiny. At the summit of Yi Imperial Palace, which was at the top of the sky stairwell at the edge of the palace complex, there was a will of the solemn. If you stood on the sky stairwell and lifted your head to look, you would involuntarily feel awed as if it was an actual imperial palace. The divine sword and sword formation hidden within the sky also gave people a sense of pressure, looking majestic and divine. Following the steps of the sky stairwell to the top, one would find the magnificent and imposing imperial palace there, while behind the palace there was a massive training ground. In there sat a white-haired cultivator. Around his body, a jade-green divine light spun round and round. His whole figure shone brightly and seemed as if the light and physical body were joined as one. The surrounding earthly will seem to have been affected by him and fluctuated according to the divine light's movements. Just by sitting there motionless, it felt as if he was the ruler of the world. Yi Futian opened his eyes at that moment, and a jade-green divine light glinted and penetrated the vast area. He looked up above the skies. He was still unable to get past this stage. It seemed as if he had encountered a bottleneck. He felt that the current him had cultivated until the highest level of a certain plane, and was now at the doorstep of the demigod level. Yet, he was unable to take the step into the door. Perhaps he still lacked understanding. Besides, Yi Futian knew that his journey of cultivation had been different from the others in some ways. Ever since he had achieved the pinnacle in the Renhuang Plain, he had started to walk along a different path. How the third and final tribulation would be, he did not either. His current cultivation level was still at the pinnacle in the Renhuang place. It differed from the powerful cultivators who had passed through tribulations, yet he had also passed through too. How can I take the step in? Yi Futian murmured to himself. He was able to be at the doorstep of the demigod level with the powers of the divine ruler, and was also able to spar with near deities. He vaguely felt that if he were able to take that step, he would be able to be at the pinnacle of the demigod level. Once there, save those at the emperor level, there probably would not be anyone left who could compete against him anymore. Probably only Ji Wudao, Donghuang Diwen, and those others at the demigod level, or those comparable to the great Sky Lords Black and White Almighty, would qualify to go up against him. He stood up and turned his head, only to see Hua Ju sitting against the wall, cultivating. A large beam of divine light surrounded her, and it was as if that place had become something special. Her aura was also out of the ordinary. There was a divine stone floating in front of Huajiu. It was among the 100 overstones that Yi Futian had gotten, and it was one of the more special ones. Due to its uniqueness, a lot of time was spent activating this stone. On seeing Hu Jiu engrossed in her cultivation, Yi Futian decided not to disturb her, but turned around. With a move of his will, his body vanished from where he had been and appeared again outside the heavenly palace. Yi Futian looked down at the lower skies. Divine consciousness enveloped the entire palace complex, and the activities of the cultivators all appeared in his sight. These days he practiced alchemy, activated the divine stones to aid other cultivators in learning divine techniques, was cleansed by the dragon's blood, and let others bathe in the dragon's blood. This was paired with an elixir, and they would perform closed-door cultivation afterward. It did not matter whether they were from Ziwei Imperial Palace, West Imperial Palace, or the Lost Clan. All the cultivators underwent a complete transformation. The important people in Ziwei Imperial Palace improved especially quickly. In recent years, there had been quite a few that had passed through tribulations and became powerful cultivators. Just then, there was a flash at the sky stairwell below. It was Old Ma. He moved toward Yi Futian and bowed. Your Highness. Although they once had a close relationship, in the current Ziwei Imperial Palace, everyone highly respected Yi Futian. Despite being a junior, he had done so much for everyone that no one took his age into account anymore. You don't have to stand on ceremony, Uncle Ma, Yi Futian replied. Old Ma was still the protector of Ziwei Imperial Palace. How are things like in the outside world? Yi Futian asked. Ever since the chaos that had taken place then, he had not gone outside to court any more trouble after he had obtained the divine stones. They had already gotten plenty, and were not greedy. What's more, the best inheritances had all been snatched up by those at the emperor level, and there was no way he would incite a fight against them. It's a changing situation. Every day is different, Old Ma answered. But the divine relics on the gods' continent have been more or less completely plundered. They have either been taken control of or inherited, except a few secret places known as the Forbidden Zone of the gods. As they likely contain extraordinary inheritances, many people desire to decipher them. I see. Yi Futian nodded and looked toward the distance. After not being able to get past the cultivation bottleneck these few years, perhaps it was time to go out and have a look around. One, also known as Naga relics,